Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Executive Transition Committee. It is 10:05. Up first on our agenda is just the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved. Support.
A motion and support. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of approving today's agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carried. Up next, consent resolutions. We have the approval of the proposed minutes from the September 30, 2024 Executive Transition Committee meeting. Can I get a motion to accept the consent resolution, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the consent resolution, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carried. That brings us to public comment. As we go into public comment, I guess I'll just mention briefly, we do have interviews scheduled today with 4 candidates for the county administrator role. They're going to be scheduled at 11 a.m., 12:30, and then we have 2 this evening. And so seeing as these are public interviews and this is a public meeting, though the actual meeting time looks to be quite long, but there'll be a break in between some of these interviews. So we'll come back around dinner time, 6 p.m. and do another one and wrap up with the final one around 7:30. So scheduled those with the 4 individuals. And so with that extra information, just would welcome anyone to come up for public comment as we get the meeting started.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rebecca Patrick, Allendale. I'm speaking this morning to ask you to avoid selecting another individual with political partisan aspirations as county administrator. I'm specifically speaking to the application of Mr. James Lauer, who has spent approximately 11 out of the past 13 years engaged in politically partisan employment. Why am I concerned? 3 reasons. First, appointing someone like Mr. Lauer, who has a long political partisan record, creates an inherent conflict of loyalty. Will he serve his partisan loyalties and those who hold similar beliefs? Or will he serve the commissioners, staff, and residents of the county without regard to partisan affiliation? Second, this concern is not hypothetical. We've seen it play out here in the partisan actions of the previous administrator. We've seen how an inherent conflict of loyalty can actually damage an organization. And third, speaking frankly, residents want to see less overt partisanship in county government, not more. So let's look at these concerns more specifically. First, who would a partisan administrator like Mr. Lauer serve when working with the Board of Commissioners? Would he serve only the small subset of the board who hired him? Or would he serve the whole board as he is supposed to do? Our experience with the appointment of John Gibbs, a partisan administrator hired under similar circumstances, has shown us that partisan loyalty overshadows everything else. The full board was not served by Mr. Gibbs. Those in the board minority did not receive complete and timely information. Their inquiries went unanswered and they were kept in the dark, and so were the 30,000 Ottawa County residents served by each of those commissioners. Second, what happens when a partisan administrator like Mr. Lauer needs to work with programs that are not aligned with his partisan views? Mr. Lauer's public social media posts when he was a Republican state representative show that he was vehemently opposed to many of the public health actions taken during the COVID pandemic. He is entitled to those views, but we, the residents of Ottawa County, are equally entitled to express well-founded concerns about the effects of his partisanship on this and similar matters. Ottawa County government needs and deserves an administrator who will administer, not try to shape Ottawa County government according to their partisan beliefs. Mr. Lauer is clearly a partisan actor. Partisanship has its place, but that place is not in the administrator's office. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee?
Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. So let's review. Of the 19 candidates in the list provided last week, 1 was a clerk at a Goodwill store, 1 was an assistant manager at a detention home, 1 was a cattle farmer, 1 was a sales manager for a shoe store, among others like that. In fact, the number of completely unqualified candidates tells me the job posting must have been very poorly written. Only 8 applicants had some direct or indirect experience with municipal government. One of them told me that he had not actually applied for the job and wondered why his resume was in the list of applicants. One is Bob Spayman, who I know was not recruited, and one is Paul Sachs, who presumably did not need recruiting. And I just want to mention that it is reprehensible that you did not even give Paul Sachs the courtesy of an interview. Your number of 4 finalists was completely arbitrary and seems to have deliberately excluded him. So W Talent Solutions successfully recruited at most 5 applicants with government experience. I'd like to talk about the finalist who does not have government experience, and that's Christopher Estus. Mr. Estus was the president and CEO of a credit union. In 2022, he made about $838,000. Why does he want to take more than a $600,000 pay cut? And given the debacles here over the past 2 years, why would you even consider someone without municipal government experience? Mr. Estus's resume states that his tenure as CEO was 2011 to 2024. What it does not say is that he very abruptly left that position in late July of this year. A reason for his departure was hinted at in an online comment an employee of Security Credit Union made to the new CEO, which said, and I quote, "I bet there are going to be a lot of good changes and a much happier work environment now." 2 other commenters expressed regret at having resigned before the new CEO was installed. Now, as you know, there are a lot of unhappy county employees here. Trust in this board and in administration is way down. Morale has dipped sharply over the past 2 years. Many employees have left. Given those facts, it seems that the very least you need to do is get the facts behind Christopher Estus's abrupt departure from the credit union and find out why an employee believes that the work environment there will be better under a different CEO. You owe that much to our county employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the committee?
Good morning, Karen Obitz, Spring Lake. My comments this morning are related to the candidacy of James Freed for the position of Ottawa County Administrator. I appreciate and am grateful to all that took the time to apply for this very important position. But given what we've learned of James Freed's analysis and criticism of the selection process itself, criticisms which mirror some of my own concerns, I confess, I was surprised to discover that he was among the pool of applicants for this top non-elected position in Ottawa County. And I'm equally surprised that Commissioners Moss, Brody, and Miedema selected him for an interview. This seems deserving of closer review. So first, in the application of Mr. Freed, we have an individual whom we know has criticized the recruiter that was handpicked by the chair of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. We also know he criticized the proposed selection process, a process that was approved by the majority of the commission. And yet he applied for the job and is now one of the 4 finalists. These are unusual circumstances surrounding Mr. Freed's bid to become our county administrator, and it raises the following questions for me. First, if Mr. Freed has no confidence in the process, why does he want to work for the board that developed it? 2, since he's already demonstrated that he has no hesitation about voicing his criticisms, what might we expect his ongoing relationship with the board likely to be if he were to be hired? Third, why would the Executive Transition Committee seriously consider such a candidate? Isn't the county's recent experience with Mr. Gibbs enough to cause you, the committee, to place a premium on candidates who have demonstrated smooth working relationships with their boards and stakeholders? And lastly, speaking of that experience with Mr. Gibbs, is the committee aware of the publicly available news articles that speak to Mr. Freed's recent disputes and litigation arising out of his current work? If not, you should use this opportunity to ask him about them and to seek to learn what prompted these disputes and how he attempted to resolve them. All this leaves we Ottawa County residents with an overarching question. In light of this past behavior and the behavior he's already displayed regarding this process, why should we in Ottawa County believe that Mr. Freed, if hired for the position of county administrator, would behave any differently here? And I urge the members of this committee to seek answers to these questions. And in the time I have left, I too wish to express my deep disappointment that this committee did not invite eminently qualified county employee Paul Sachs for an interview as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the committee?
Good morning. I'm Melanie Skelton from Park Township. And I would also like to express my disappointment that Paul Sachs was not invited to an interview for this position. From his resume, we know he's been a loyal Ottawa County employee since 2002, rising to the level of Director of Department of Strategic Impact in 2016. Many of you have even commented that he would be a qualified candidate for the position. And having just received some sobering results from the employee satisfaction survey, it seems like giving Mr. Sachs at least the basic courtesy of an interview might help heal the loss of trust and respect that you have with employees. And I wonder about the message you are sending to employees by not allowing him to interview today. I am also curious about some red flags in Patrick Jordan's employment history that I hope you will ask him about further today. Since 2004, Mr. Jordan has held 7 different positions in 7 different municipalities. The longest of these was in Escanaba, Michigan, but even in that position, there were some hiccups. He was hired in 2017, resigned in 2019, but was offered a new contract a month later. He was given a performance review in July of 2002, but the contents of that review were never made public, even though contents of similar reviews in Escanaba typically had been made public. As a result of that review, a committee was formed to redraft his contract, which would reduce his salary by 1/3. This is a highly unusual step for a city council. Mr. Jordan originally declined to accept the changes to his contract and hired a lawyer, and there appears to have been a stalemate for some time until he resigned in November of 2002 and took a job in Ionia County. And now, just after 2 years in Ionia, he wants another change. So if Mr. Jordan is to be considered a serious candidate, I think you owe it to your constituents and current employees to be given the details of these situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the committee? Right. Well, thank you very much for the public comment. That brings us up to our agenda and action requests. We have about a half hour or so until we begin the first interview. So for the moment, I guess I would look for the motion to recess.
I'll make the motion to go into recess.
Second.
Okay. All right. All in favor of recessing, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And that motion carried. And we'll be in recess for about a half hour until the first interview. Okay, good to go? All right, thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. It is 11 o'clock on the dot. And we are here for public interview with Jim Lauer. Jim, welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. We have just a series of questions for discussion. And so we're going to go through them and just rotate who's asking questions and kind of, focus on conversation and digging into some of these details. And we'll try to go through the questions if we can, but if the committee wants any follow-up on anything, it's completely fine. And so we'll just kind of see where it takes us.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to dive right in. The first one, please tell us why you are interested in serving as Ottawa County's next administrator. What specific skills and experiences do you have that would translate well in serving here as administrator?
Great. Just writing that down. So I'm going to highlight the skills and experience like you asked, but I'm interested in it. It's a great organization. I mean, if you take a look at it, it's a huge organization, a great county, one of Michigan's fastest growing counties. I've lived in West Michigan my entire life and have always loved this area. Have always lived here with my family. And I got approached by the recruiter, of course, and I know it's a time of transition for the county. You have a lot of new countywide elected officials come in, certainly some new boards, and seems like a natural time for the administrator to be coming in as well, while everyone else is starting and getting the new year off to a great start. So it seemed like the timing is opportune for me and with the board. I've been with the Village of Sparta for almost 2 years now, and the timing for that isn't necessarily ideal because that's been a great opportunity for me, and it's going really well with the Village of Sparta. And I know they'd be sad to see me go, and I'd be sad to leave because we have a lot of great things going on. But opportunities like this one to be the administrator for Ottawa County don't often come open, and it's something that if I was selected, I'd like to serve in for a long time. So we'll go a little bit more into the why. I actually kind of grew up literally around county government. My mom worked for Ionia County for the MSU Extension Office, and when I was in middle school, the school's up the road from the courthouse, and I used to walk down Union Street after school, got out and hang out in the courthouse there in the Board of Commissioners room, actually, when I was a kid. And as you guys probably noted on the resume, I ended up running for Ionia County Commissioner and serving in that role at a very young age. So I've always been interested in public service. It's something I like, giving back to the community. I can see what good you can do in there, and that's not necessarily government programs, but a lot of times it's, the government getting out of the way of things that need to happen, and the government creating that environment where people can thrive and make their own way. So it's something that I saw firsthand, and, went on to serve, as a village manager, and then ultimately state representative. I chaired the House Local Government and Municipal Finance Committee. So all the legislation, whether it related to counties, cities, villages, townships, courts, often would come before that committee. So I gained a lot of really good experience there as well. I worked for the speaker after that, working on his legislative agenda. And I think that's what you see here with, what makes county government unique is there's a lot of people that are going to be part of this leadership team for the county that won't necessarily be under my purview in terms of the position. You've got, for example, the clerk, the drain commissioner, the sheriff, the prosecutor, a register of deeds, and so forth. So those are people that are part of your team that, they don't work for you. They don't report to you. They report ultimately to the voters. So bringing people along to buy into a shared vision is something that takes a really unique skill set. And I've been able to hone that when I was in the state legislature, certainly. And then it's a little easier in Sparta because the way that org chart works, all the department directors work for me. So if you're looking at a city manager and that kind of thing, it's a little bit easier in that regard. Certainly the state level and the county is a lot harder. If you're passing a bill, you've got to get 56 votes in the House, 38 in the Senate, and then get the governor to sign it. And I've passed bills both when we had a Republican governor and a Democrat governor. So bringing people together, whether it's across parties or across value systems or worldviews is something that I have a lot of experience with. And, watching the news of the Ottawa County and everything that's going on here, I think that's going to be a really important role for the next administrator.
Agreed.
Very good. Jim, if you are hired, what would you want to do? What would you do in the first 6 months?
The first 6 months. So I think, the administrator first and foremost works for the county board of commissioners, right? So it'd be really easy as almost a cop-out answer, but it would be a true answer to throw it back at you guys. And I would have to learn what the board wanted done in the first 6 months. And I know that with a lot of the change over we've seen in Ottawa County over the years, I get this sense, and I don't live here, but generally that maybe there was a disconnect there where people felt like that the administration wasn't necessarily accountable to the board or to the people, and people were looking for a change, and that's something that I would certainly want to have the buy-in and the support of the board. I know there's some new members coming on, and that's been, maybe a little bit controversial given the timing of this, but I would say certainly in that first 6 months, building that trust with the new board members, and then certainly with the other elected officials and the department heads. And ultimately that comes back to the community, right? The community wants to see some stability in this position and some reliability. So I guess overall, I'd want to be building that trust and support and learning what the County Board of Commissioners wants to see done and attacking those issues. Because if you take a look at what I'm doing, in Sparta right now or in my prior roles, I've been very responsive to what the board wanted and what the community wanted ultimately. So that's how I'd focus that.
Right. Thank you.
I've got the next one. Welcome. Thanks
Thank
for coming in. How would you keep the county commissioners apprised of what's going on in county administration? What approaches have you used that you believe would be successful in practicing no surprises approach to communication?
I don't think anyone, wants to be surprised, right? Whether you're on the Board of Commissioners or whether you're the administrator, I think that goes both ways, right? You don't want to walk into a meeting and be blindsided, as a commissioner or as the administrator. So I think that it's a great question and it's really important. So what I do with I'll just talk about, as an example, what I do with my current board, and then I'll talk about some other roles I've been into. Certainly with in this case, we have a chairman of the board there. It's a village president. He and I are in regular communication, and then the pro tem are in regular communication, really pretty much daily, not necessarily daily, but almost daily. And then the full board is provided with a weekly update of highlights of what's going on. And that's something that I think is really important to keep everyone abreast of what's going on. So that's something that I would definitely continue here. And then going back to my time as a senior staff member in the legislature or as a state rep as well and other roles, similar communication style where with the top people, it's almost a daily or maybe an every other day update on how things are going. And then with the wider audience, it's a written, usually an email, type of an update. So that's what I think would probably get the job done. And then a lot of them, having that open door and approachability type of mentality. Like I have members of my council pop in all the time. Yesterday, for example, we had our board meeting where we were doing our budget. Actually, 4 out of the 7 popped in at one time in the day just to chat and ask questions and that kind of thing. So creating that culture where they're comfortable, because ultimately this position reports directly to the board, right? This position works for you guys. So making sure that, whoever it is on the board, they're always welcome. They're always welcome with the administrator, always welcome to call, email, pop in, whatever it is. But things I would proactively do, of course, would be the weekly updates and the phone calls.
Kind of, I guess, related to that, can you give us examples of when you partnered with elected officials, more than likely in your village management role, to solve problems or address issues? And focus on an example where there was sort of the give and take, back and forth interaction, maybe sort of a, hearing the different sides of an issue with the electeds and your staff collaborating on a solution.
Yeah, great question. So I want to talk about a couple of examples. Where my mind went immediately was actually a project I worked on when I was in the state legislature, the second year of my first term. So the governor's state treasurer approached me about working on a assessing reform package. We had at that time, there were a lot of local assessors that frankly weren't as well qualified as they could have been and were making a lot of mistakes, and that was impacting taxpayers, right? If people want fairness more than anything in that process, and yet there wasn't a lot of fairness. So it was a very controversial bill package that Senator Stamas and I introduced. So when I chaired the House Local Government Committee at the time, so I was a natural person to work it on the House side, and Senator Stamas had a lot of experience on these types of issues in the Senate. So we decided to take it on together with the help of the governor's office. And we introduced that, and boy, within not only the House Republican caucus, but certainly on our friends on the other side of the aisle, very controversial. Everyone kind of hated the initial version of the bills. And in fact, I had some friends of mine that said, you're never going to get these done. And I said, I think that we can. You know, I talked to a lot of the stakeholder groups in it, of course, the Assessors Association, Township Association, Michigan Association of Counties, MML, and so forth. And I could see that there was room for a solution there, you know, if everyone could get around a table. And it took a long time, but I'm really proud of the fact that not only did it pass the House unanimously, it did pass the Senate unanimously and was signed into law by Governor Snyder. So I think that was an example of bringing not only from on a partisan basis people together, but really it was just a very controversial package, and we got it done. And I think it's made a big difference in our assessing process. So that was a legislative example. I want to talk a little bit about a village council. And I think I want to highlight one where I kind of disagreed with the council initially on the idea. So we had this piece of property that we had the opportunity to acquire from Kent County. Actually, it was a building they were no longer using. It's in the village of Sparta. We could get it for basically $1, and then it's a question of, you know, what do we do with it? So my vision was we'd use it for a new police department, and that would free up the current one. It could be remodeled and used for Village Hall. They actually had a different view. They felt like childcare was a big need in the community, and it is. And they felt like maybe we should go the route of finding a local partner on the childcare side and trying to remodel the building and use it for a daycare center. And I thought that was a good idea too. It didn't necessarily 100% of it fit with my view of what the proper role of government is. I wasn't sure if that was something the village ought to be delving into, but that was what the council wanted to do, and it worked out very well. So we did do that. We found a partner, a local partner that runs a great childcare. Signed a lease agreement with them. The village ended up remodeling the building. It's open now and it is serving the public, and it worked really well. So we were able to find a solution to a lot of the concerns I had with the project and other people on my staff team and make it work, because ultimately that's what the council wanted to see. And now it's something I can kind of brag about that we did, but it wasn't my idea. It was their idea, and we made it happen. So those are the two examples I want to talk about.
Great, thank you.
To do a follow-up, Jim, Roger Belknap had asked a little bit about communication, and you had mentioned giving weekly updates to the full board. What does that look like? How are you giving weekly updates?
Typically that's an email, and because you don't want to run afoul of like the Open Meetings Act. So
Yep.
they're BCC'd on it, so that way if somebody people always end up replying all, and if they do, you can run into some issues there. So it's a written email that they're all BCC'd on, and that way if they do have replies, it comes to me and I can answer them. So that's how the weekly update happens.
What are some of the things that are included in that weekly update?
Oh, boy. I mean, it'd be hard to even give you an example because it just depends on the week, right? When I came into Sparta, they had a lot of good things going on, but they're not entirely dissimilar to Ottawa. We had some real challenges to work through. So it could be I'm not going to give you a specific, it could be anything, that we're working on. It could be small things, from we hired this new staff person and they're starting on Monday, and this is why we're excited about them, or a progress report update on how that, daycare center project is going would be an example, a highlight on how our village complex, which we're building. So we ultimately decided to build a different one, and I was put in charge of that, and that was really exciting. And if I am offered this, I won't get to be in the new building, which will be a little bit of a disappointment, but
Yep.
Certainly that's been a great project too. So updates on how that project's going. We're doing a major sewer plant renovation, and they tasked me with finding some grant funding for that, which I was able to, and also some low interest loans, updates on, how that project's going. Working with the DNR, we've gotten a variety of parks grants as well. So updates on those types of projects, what's going on with that. We did have some personnel issues that'll of course happen, and those can be provided to the board in a confidential matter on how those are being resolved, and how union negotiations are being resolved and how those are going. A lot of things like that. So usually I try to keep it to the stuff that's big, but sometimes I'll sprinkle in some smaller ball items too.
No, I appreciate the elaboration. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for coming today. Could you tell us about your personality and management style? How do you interact with your direct reports and utilize their expertise?
I think one thing that I'm really proud of that I've done over the years, whether it be in Sparta, state legislature, Edmore, what have you, is I've always had a good team, around me. I try to hire really good people because that ultimately, makes my job and my life a lot easier. And, I had the team with me last night when we were doing our budget presentation, and it was just great to, see them all there. And really, it made it a lot easier. So I'm very collaborative. I think that the team approach is important, and, getting their feedback, using them as a sounding board. So with all my directors, I'm in, regular communication, but really it's my job to make sure to set the overall tone and theme of what we're trying to accomplish. And, and that's not my decision. Of course, that's the board's. That's communicating the board's vision down through the directors. And then that, of course, permeates down to the medium, the lower level staff, I guess is what I was trying to say. So that's something that we've made a priority, certainly in Sparta, is making sure that we all understand we're there for public service. We're not there to be in the way of anything that the community is trying to do. We're actually trying to figure out ways to help them achieve whatever their hopes and dreams and goals are. So it's really communicating that vision and then working with that team and bringing them together to get ultimately you guys where you want to go. And I've had a lot of experience with that over the years. I've been, at the forefront as the elected official. I've been on that side of the table before, and then I've been in the background. I like the background a lot. I really do. I think it's a good fit for me, and I'd like, helping you guys get where it ultimately is that you want to go.
Right. Next, how do you handle managing multiple objectives at the same time when some items have short or tight deadlines, but they're all important?
That's a great question. Everyone, I'm sure, has their own style for that. I find what's most helpful is to literally keep a list that's categorized like that. So stuff that this is what I have to work on today, this is medium range, this is long range, and always trying to check things off of that box, and not just, trying to get it checked off for the sake of it, getting checked off, but trying to get it accomplished. And I think that's why, over the years in my current role and in my prior roles, I have been very effective. I've gotten a lot of different things done in a short period of time. I'm sure you notice on my resume, I've had a lot of different career moves over the years, and those were generally moves up, and it's because we've accomplished a lot of our goals. So I'm very aggressive when it comes to that, very high energy. I keep that list, and it's not just a list that goes into a drawer, but it's one that we're actively working on every single day to get it done.
Okay. If you were the next county administrator, Jim, how would you keep your finger on the pulse of the organization in order to understand what's going on with employees at all levels?
That's a great question. We talked about it a little bit, of course, working with the directors, but also being accessible, to all staff, because sometimes, you can get some really good feedback if you're open and accessible and approachable to all levels of the organization. Maybe you're getting some feedback that isn't coming through at the, at the upper levels. Certainly being in touch with, as I've highlighted a number of times, the commissioners and what they're seeing out in the community, because ultimately that's your guys' job, right, to be the liaison from the community back to their county government. So, making sure that we're keeping the community in mind and making sure that that's getting communicated. But you're right, as the organization goes, you can get a lot of really good feedback from people that aren't necessarily in those directors' roles. So I've been proud of the fact I've always been very approachable, in my different roles, and kind of a friendly person that, people aren't afraid to come and have a conversation with, and that can be, intimidating, right? Especially if they're offering a worldview or a point of view that isn't necessarily the direction everyone else is going. But I think it's important to listen to that at all levels.
Expanding on that, can you give some specific ways you've made yourself accessible to all staff and approachable? Like, those were two great words, but I'd like to know, what does that actually look like?
Some of that is just kind of who you are as a person, right? Like, it's the persona that you give off, and it's the way you carry yourself. So I would say it really is who I am as a person, more than anything. But if you want me to, talk about like specific things, I try to have the door open unless I'm, on the phone or that kind of thing. And also not just be like, they have to come to me, but I go to them. I make it a priority to go to our different buildings and check in with people. How's it going? And basically make it easy for them to provide that feedback. That's something I've always done in different roles too, because it's one thing for them to, kind of seek you out and come to them. But I try to make sure, you got to meet people where they're at, right? And go to the places where they're working. So that's something I've done. So those would be a couple of examples, but, really it is who I am as a person. I think I have a kind of a demeanor and an approachability that lends itself to people feeling comfortable bringing their concerns to me. Maybe it's because I'm a middle child. I don't know.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up on that.
Yeah.
Could you relate or just kind of expand upon keeping your finger on the pulse of an organization as it relates to your work in Lansing with the Michigan House? And not during your elected term, but as Director of Strategy and Operations, could you relate those?
Sure. So that was actually pretty much 100% my job when I was there. So in that role, my job was to work directly for the speaker on knowing where the members were at. So whether it was in the House Republican Caucus or even our friends on the other side of the aisle, I always had good, bipartisan relationships going back from my time in elected office. So it was a great fit for me, in that nature. But I was also over the staff side too, hearing from the senior staff, the other senior staff, and then kind of the medium level and the lower level too. And very similar to what I described there, getting that feedback from the staff. But really my primary responsibility was to make sure that the members' needs were being met. And that, because the speaker doesn't always have time, to hear from all, in this case, 110 members, right? So I was really seen as a person that, hey, this will get back to, I was going to say Jason, Speaker Wentworth. So people knew if they were talking to me, it was just as good as talking to him, and that it would be relayed back. And, I had to build that trust with people. And that went for both sides of the aisle. So keeping my finger on the pulse there, giving him that feedback, because sometimes when you're around that conference table and everyone's going in a certain direction, it might be out of step with where the members are at if you don't have that person that's their role. So that was exactly my job there in a lot of ways. There are other things to it too, but to answer your question, that was something I did every day.
Okay, great.
I have a follow-up too. Have you had experiences before where maybe you can tell that maybe there's a personality clash or maybe a push back and forth, either whether it's with an elected official or a staff member? And if you have had anything, is there anything that you've done to try to put yourself forward to work together? Have you had circumstances like that?
All the time, as you might imagine, that
Mhm.
that can happen. That can happen regularly. And what people can do in that situation, it could be very easy to, for whatever reason, make that rift bigger, right? Or you could work on, getting those differences resolved. And I mentioned the middle child thing kind of briefly, but I've always been, a person that was good at bringing people together. A lot of times it can be a personality clash, if you will, where they don't necessarily even disagree. They just maybe don't like each other or aren't seeing eye to eye. And that's been something I've always excelled at is getting those issues sort of smoothed out, and whether it be in Lansing or in my current role or in prior roles. And something that I'm assuming will likely be needed here, and I'd be happy to do that.
Good. Thank you.
So this will likely be the last question related to sort of the leadership and management style. Can you tell us about your experience with collective bargaining and how you've navigated maintaining positive labor relations while representing your agency's goals and interests?
Absolutely, great question. So, of course, I do the labor relations for the Village of Sparta. I did them for the Village of Edmore, and then not directly related to that, but I did a lot of labor-related bills, when I was in the legislature. So we're in the middle of our union negotiations with our Department of Public Works right now. I'd say it's going pretty well. The way I'm doing it, I try to get the product mostly worked out, and then ultimately there'll be a point where it goes in front of the board, you know what I mean, to see what their comfort level is, and they're ultimately the final decision maker on the ultimate contract. But usually I work directly with, in this case, the department director and the union, and we just have open dialogue and back and forth on it. You put out an offer, they put out theirs, and it's a give and take, and you get it worked out. And obviously this is a much larger organization, and they'll probably be a little bit more complicated, but we'll also have more people to help with it. So something I definitely have experience with. I understand the fundamentals of how that works, and I would be very comfortable to be put in that role for Ottawa County.
Thank you.
Please tell us how you stay current on innovation in county government. What do you monitor, read, et cetera, to ensure you're keeping up with trends and new ideas?
Yeah, I like to read a lot of what other municipalities are doing, whether it be counties, cities, villages, townships. I'm part of a managers association for West Michigan where I regularly meet with the other managers and talk with them about what they have going on and bounce ideas, off of each other, and looking really to the private sector too. A lot of times they have really good ideas for, here's how the county government might be in the way, for example, or in this case, the village, the village government, and looking for those opportunities, because I really view it as we're trying to just, smooth that playing field and create an area for people to thrive. So I'm always looking for different ideas on how we can do that. We did a major zoning reform in Sparta that really simplified and made it a lot easier for people to open their business or build a house, those kinds of things. And that's where I see the role of government is. So I like looking for those ideas too. So not just looking, to the government for ideas, but also looking in the private sector as well.
The cost to purchase a home has increased nationwide. Regulations and other factors have reduced the available supply, making it difficult for first-time home buyers. Is this an issue for county government? Do you have any other input or thoughts on this issue? Please explain.
Almost like I knew what that was going to be. No, just kidding. So yeah, Housing Next, which you guys are probably familiar with, it's a West Michigan group. They're pushing a lot on this zoning reform, right? Because that's something that doesn't really cost a whole lot of money for local governments to do. It's not really as much a county issue, though. A lot of the zoning is handled at the township and the city or village level. But if you took a look at our zoning in Sparta, it was an impediment to whether it be housing growth or business growth. And so we wanted to get that out of the way, and that's something that I view the government. I know something that's been perhaps more controversial that is whether or not there should be tax incentives involved in that. And it sounds like the board is not too keen on those, which I totally appreciate and respect that position on it, and that kind of thing. I remember when that legislation went through, we were working down there, and it was kind of controversial, and people were looking at a way to, address that missing middle issue, right, of the housing. There's a lot of different ways you can come at it. So we could talk more about that if you want to, but I know the board certainly has some strong views on it, and I'd be happy to follow their lead.
Jim, is there a time when you tried something new that didn't work out? And what did you learn from that experience?
Oh boy, I try new stuff all the time, and I'd like to say that it always, I would like to say that it always works out, but it doesn't. So I'm quickly trying to think of an example because there's probably a lot. I guess what I'm going to go to is I'll remember my first term as state rep. I had been on staff in the House before, and I'd seen a lot of how the staff worked. I had this, what I thought was a brilliant idea, to where I'm going to have co-equal staff in the office, because usually you get two. I'm going to have, no one's going to be in charge of the other one. They're both going to be, they're both going to just have different responsibilities, but they'll be co-equal. It was terrible. It didn't work out. It didn't work out at all. It was pretty obvious that it was a bad idea within a month or two. So we corrected it. We recognized that and fixed it. But I mean, I could think of a lot of different examples, but that one was kind of comical in how quickly it became apparent that it was a really dumb idea. So, it was kind of awkward too, right? Because you'd set this expectation with the staff that it was going to be organized in this certain way, and having to go back to them and explain that it's not, and I'm changing it, and here's why. It was an uncomfortable conversation, and a lot of times you have to have those and just own it. It was my fault, and we fixed it, and we were able to move forward. So.
Well, Jim, this is an opportunity for you to ask us a couple questions if you have anything specific. I don't really know if you just kind of generally throw them in our direction, and I guess we get to thumb wrestle for who answers. But yes, we'd like to hear if you have questions about Ottawa County, the organization, the Board of Commissioners, anything that's on your mind.
No, that's great. Yeah, and I know not everyone's, necessarily coming back next term, but I would love to learn a little bit about, what your goals for 2025 are and what you're looking to see accomplished and what you'd like to see the administrator do.
Do you want to?
Who wants to take that?
I actually, before we go to that, if you don't mind, I think there's a few questions that we might want to ask first,
Yep, I
and
agree.
then maybe we could go back to that. Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah, we have a little bit of
Commissioner
time.
Belknap, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to.
No, it's okay.
There was a few extra questions if we had time, but it's on our flip page. So I just
I'll be
wanted
good
to, I want to be able to continue asking you a few extra ones. One of my questions is, how have you established relationships with elected department heads? Please tell us about a conflict you've had with an elected department head and how it was resolved. If you've not had this experience, can you tell us how you've resolved a conflict with an elected official or another person in authority?
Sure. I mean, there could be lots of examples. Of course, I was on the Ione, County Board of Commissioners, and there's other, countywide elected officials there, just like, Ottawa County. I could maybe talk about, times in the legislature, because obviously county government is unique in that, it's one of the few that has elected, county department heads. So trying to think of an example of, you asked like a conflict that was resolved. Obviously, there's always disagreements, on legislation and trying to get different members on board, whether they be on the other side of the aisle or even in your own party on board with a bill you're trying to do or they're trying to do, or maybe in some cases it's the governor. I guess what I'll talk about is I'll highlight. So it would have been in lame duck session of 22. The speaker asked me to help with a fairly major budget supplemental that we were doing. It ended up being, I think, about $1.2 billion. And that was there was a lot of conflict, around that, both within, the House and in the Senate and the governor. We all had different visions of what we wanted to do and where we wanted to go. And for a variety of reasons, in a very unique and special set of circumstances, the speaker asked me to be kind of the main point person for the House. And it was a really unique opportunity to work directly with the governor, directly with the governor's chief of staff, the Senate chief of staff, the Senate appropriations chair on getting that done. And not everything in it was stuff that I personally agreed with, but that's not the job there, right? And that wouldn't be the job here either. So I was able to ultimately take the negotiating points that were laid out and get them worked out. And then you also have to sell it back to your members and make sure that they're on board. So there was a lot of conflict around that legislation at the time, but it was something that was a great learning experience. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're trying to get at, but there's always conflicts around that. I guess an example you could think of in county government would be perhaps if there was a disagreement with the board and say the sheriff on a funding issue or something like that. We certainly had that when I was with Ione County. I wasn't the administrator though. I was on the board, but I helped to smooth those issues. At that time in county government, it was really a time of when we were doing a lot of cutting. The economy wasn't going so well, and there was a lot of cutbacks that we had to do and different reforms that, so it's just interesting how much things have changed over the last 15 years. But if that's the example you were looking more for, I completely understand how the county works in terms of these other department heads being elected and having their own set of authority. And I think I'd be well suited to work with them in that role.
Okay.
Can you talk with us about your experience in regional collaboration? Do you have an example of a time when you either initiated or played a key role in a regional effort?
Oh, yes. Regional, at the local level, you always are trying to do, regional collaborative approaches. I'll just quickly go to one that we did most recently with Sparta. The County Road Commission can, because of their scope, they can get much better bids for road projects. And we had been, prior to my role there, we had been doing them in separate bids for the village and managing those internally. And it's, why do that when you have an entire department that, what is their expertise? Roads. What do they do every day, all day? They bid out these road projects, and there's an economies of scale with that. So we ultimately ended up partnering with them for all of our road projects. So obviously we still select them, but now they're part of their bid process and we're getting much better prices. So ultimately we're doing more roads. So that would be an example, but there's a lot of examples over the years. When I was with Edmore, we had our own standalone police department. That's a really small town, and it really didn't make sense in terms of what it was costing. So we went over to one of those regimes that I'm sure you guys have seen before, where you partner with the county to bring in a sheriff's deputy to do the police, and sold our equipment, kind of shut down that department. That would be another example. And things like that. I've done a lot of those over the years, and I think that they're really important because at the end of the day, the taxpayers, they want the most efficiency and the most bang for their buck, right? They don't want, duplicate layers doing things and wasting time and money. So where there's opportunities to do that, I'd be happy to look for those and work with you guys on making it happen.
Okay, tell us about an innovation you've initiated. How'd you get the idea? How did you implement the innovation? And what was the outcome?
Innovation, boy. Well, I already kind of talked about the one with the daycare center, and I told you where I got the idea too. It wasn't my idea; it was the board's idea, and I went into that. So that came top to mind. But I'm always looking for different ways, whether it be in my current role or my my prior roles, to look for different ideas. And I have been really, and out of out of the box thinker. I guess I'll go to another Sparta related one. So we had been contracting out for our services with our Vector equipment. So this is basically, you guys have probably seen them, those giant vacuum machines where they go through and they can do hydro excavating. I know you're probably familiar with them with your role in public service or public works, but you know, we looked at it, I looked at the budget and the numbers were looking like, boy, we could buy one of these a lot cheaper than continually, you know, contracting out for this. And then we could also build a skill set within, you know, our public works team. But it wouldn't work if we bought a brand new one, you know, because the brand new ones are really expensive. But we decided to ultimately look, a lot of times bigger cities will auction them off, and you can, you know, and if you know what you're looking for, you can get a really good deal on it. So I had one of my public works team members help me select. We found one that ultimately the city of Philadelphia was auctioning off. We got a really good deal on it. I flew out there and then the guys drove it back and we brought it back to the village and now we're using it. I think we're not quite to the point where it's into the green, but we're getting close to it, because if you look at what we were spending on, you know, having somebody come in and do those services. So that was very innovative. It would have been easy to just kind of, you know, continually contract it out. So we ultimately looked at the same thing with the street sweeping. We were looking at what we were paying to contract that out versus what it would cost to buy a used sweeper, and we ultimately went that route. And not only are we doing it cheaper, we're doing way more street sweeping, which is better for water quality, ultimately better for the community. So we're doing more street sweeping for less money. So those are some innovative things I've done on the budget side. I'm sure if I had a little more time, I could think of maybe some more exciting examples, but I think those ones are good too, so.
I have one that kind of probably follows up on that a little bit. What do you feel, Jim, drives you? And if you were given more free reins from the board to kind of take some direction and to lead the county, what are some things that really just excite you and would be something that you would be interested in leading the county forward?
You know, that's a great question. And I'm going to punt on it a little bit in that I'm not super steeped, right, in Ottawa County yet, but I have always, like, my current board gives me a lot of free rein to come up with ideas and provide that leadership, and I've done that. And I think if I were to be selected for this role, that'd be something I'd love to do, but I would need time to get acclimated and get familiar with the different departments and learn a little bit more about what's, you know, going on a day-to-day basis before I really could answer that. Like, I wouldn't be able to, you know, I'm not an
Sure.
expert on everything.
Or even like
Ottawa.
paralleling it to where you currently are at. What are some things when you are given the free reins? What does that look like, and what fuels you? What drives you?
I just, you know, I want to do a great job every single day. You know, I wake up and I love this type of work. I think it's a lot of fun, and I want to make a difference for the community. So if it's more about what drives me and what motivates, you know, kind of that background, that would definitely be the answer. I've always enjoyed this. Like I said, it goes back for a long time. Certainly, I've done a lot of, you know, private sector work. My wife and I, you know, run a small business as well. So I enjoy that element of it. But, you know, for whatever reason, this, you know, state and local government has always been a good fit for me. It's something where definitely at the village level, you know, let's say I get this role and I drive back through, you know, Sparta in a couple of years, I'm going to be able to look at some very tangible things that I was involved in, and things that we can all be proud of, not just because I did it, but because the board did it and it was great for the community. And if I was selected for this, I'd hope the same would be true for Ottawa County for, you know, however long I was here. You know, I'd like to be able to look back and feel like I made a difference, because I think that's a lot of fun, and that's what I guess wakes me up in the morning, if that's what you're asking, and why I'd want to be involved in it. That'd be the motivation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am wondering, what has been the biggest challenge for you in your career? And if you can think about that, I guess I'm asking it in two ways. One, what is the most challenging situation you've had to deal with? And how did you do that? And then also, have there been challenging people? So however you might want to answer that.
Boy, biggest challenge and then challenging people. I don't know that they're necessarily the same thing, but there's always, you know, there's always challenging, you know, there's always challenging people. And so I guess I'll start there, and then it'll give me time to, in the back of my mind, think about what's the overall biggest challenge. So, you know, wherever you work, I don't care if it's Sparta, you know, state of Michigan, Ottawa County, what have you, there's always going to be challenging people. And I've always tried to, you know, give people as much chance as reasonably possible, you know, and try to work with them and coach them and get them to buy into ultimately a vision and a goal of what we're trying to do. But that said, I'm also not afraid to make a move and go in a different direction. You know, I've let people go. It's not fun, right? But sometimes that's what has to happen, because sometimes if you give enough chances, you know, you're ultimately doing everyone else a disservice, because usually the team sees it too, right? If there's a problem person, the team sees it, they become a negative presence in there, and they're taking energy away from people. And ultimately, you're doing a pretty bad job if you're not addressing it, because the buck stops with you and you're the authority figure to correct it. So I'm not afraid to make those changes. I've done it a lot, you know, over the years, because, and every time I've always felt it was the right call, but it's also not arbitrary either, right? It's not boom, you know, oh, you're done, you know, we disagreed on something. No, it's never that. But if you can see that they're creating a negative presence within the team structure and ultimately taking away from the goal and the vision and the culture that you're trying to establish, then you got to make a change. So, but I don't think I would not say that's the biggest challenge that I've faced in my career. Those are kind of more of a day-to-day type challenge that you have. I tell you, Commissioner, that's a hard one to answer. I'll go back to that supplemental that we worked on in 22. That was a major challenge for reasons that I don't know that I could even fully explain to this board, because there was so many like personal dynamics that went into it, feelings that ultimately ended up being hurt, friendships that were damaged, if you will. That was a very, very, very tough situation. Good learning experience. We ultimately got done what the speaker wanted, but there was certainly some fallout for it, and that was a huge challenge, and something I look back on and I wonder, you know, could we have done some things better? I'm sure we could have, but that was a major challenge. If we, you know, maybe sometime if you got a couple hours, I'll break down what I'm getting at there, but that was a big challenge.
I have a couple comments. Yeah, going back to your questions. So a couple general comments I had in response was, it sounds like you and in Sparta are doing some similar things to Ottawa County. You know, our road commission works with local units and has a very collaborative relationship, very proactive and very good. We work with local units on sheriff's deputies and things like that, and that's been going on for a very long time. You might say, you know, Ottawa County has led early in a lot of these areas and done a very, very good job. We have some excellent staff members and department heads and staff members, and they work extremely hard. You know, we have a AAA bond rating, and that is largely related to, you know, the general affluence of Ottawa County. We are a wealthy county. We are a growing county, and that, you know, there are certain benefits that come along with that, but it also requires that, you know, a very strong fiscal services department and great, you know, great team players. So it's great to have a strong financial position, and it allows Ottawa County to do unique things that, you know, other either locals or even other counties cannot do. And so in some ways has allowed us to be a little bit of a trendsetter, or at least using just best practices, because we weren't pinched, which is great. The account, we are, you know, we're going into changes nationally, and we'll be watching how that affects, you know, state and local economies. So we do have a lot to be looking out for. A couple other comments I have, not in any particular order. So we have some large projects that are priorities. I'm thinking about the work that's gone into this new pipeline. It's a very significant project in Ottawa, and is probably, I think it's coming in front of the board. Phase 1 is coming to the board maybe at the next board meeting. So there's large scale projects like that. And then there's, you know, smaller yet equally important things, like we've really invested in our veterans department, our veteran services. When the current board had been elected, that was one of the early priorities, and the way it was handled in the past was it had a budget of, I think, around $40,000. So it was very small. And so just recently, we looked at, we have a little bit of ARPA money remaining, and we reallocated some of that to kind of help propel and build that department forward and move them over to a new location. So that's another, important thing, is serving those veterans. Where even though Ottawa County has excelled in so many areas, that's one where we have not. But we can, and now I believe that we are, and it's continuing to improve. So I'm very excited about that. We have, generally speaking, an influx of talent, of new people. There's new countywide electeds, like you had said. There is a lot of change, whether that's boards or commissions or volunteers or other things like that. So whoever ends up in the county administrator role, I think I'll speak for myself. I would like someone who would like to be here and would like to be here for a longer time horizon to help with some of the changes that are occurring. And we have great, elected officials coming in and really great staff underneath them to support them. So we don't have anything to worry about in that respect, except when there's change, you manage it. And so while there's change, there's going to be a lot of opportunity too. People will see things differently and want to go a new direction on this or that. We have body cams being implemented in the sheriff's department. That's brand new. They're in testing right now. So I'm just trying to kind of paint kind of a picture of some of what's going on, a few of the priorities, and how there really is a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, that's great. I actually got a chance to meet Jason in the hallway when I got here, the new veterans director, and he seemed like a great guy. And he kind of said similar things about explaining how it used to be run and what you guys are doing. So that's great. I did want to mention the IT also. I know Ottawa County provides IT services to local governments, and that's something I've actually been trying to get Kent County to help us out in Sparta, because I think that'd be
Yeah.
great. And I know that's a great model. So you're right. You guys have been a big leader on those interlocal government partnerships and that kind of thing. And the IT is something I've been trying to get Kent County to help us steal. So I think that's a great thing.
I can just offer a couple comments too, kind of building upon what Joe was saying, and just the sort of the reputation of the county departments of being very skillful leaders in their respective industries. And, there was a time in my career where I did benefit personally in my role in local government from the county's partnership as it relates to IT. The county's GIS staff was very helpful in getting our community's water and sewer infrastructure mapped when I was in Spring Lake. But just wanted to also comment on, in my tenure here as a commissioner, just, working across our staff, we have skilled leadership in areas of collaborating around the groundwater issue. Broadband is an issue that the county's taking on and working with local units. So just from the standpoint of the board's willingness to, continue, helping solve problems with the resources we have. I know previous governor administration was really, kind of keen on, building, those partnerships. And I think Ottawa County has always been a leader in that way. And I would think that is something that is still very important to the board, looking forward.
Mhm.
I would just add that there are a few other areas too that we have concentrated on, and I think, we would want to hope to continue, and that's taking care of our people. So parental rights has been really important to us, childhood innocence, looking at ways, is there anything that we should be doing, being watchful on in those areas? There's been some significant changes in community mental health. We have a new director who's doing an excellent job. There's been a rise in the need for autism services, and that's going to continue to be a challenge for the county. just, there's different and changing needs in that area. So I am probably seeing some closer collaboration between the county and CMH. There's been work, as has been mentioned, on veterans. We also have an amazing veterans or recovery court that's helping individuals with addiction. So I just really would hope that the county would continue to also take a look at ways where we're really caring for our people who need us to.
Makes sense.
Just to add on to that, I think what I would love to see into the new year with the new incoming commissioners, as well as those who are still staying here, is to have time to meet together, looking at the budget as it relates to having a strategic plan, and not just for 1 year at a time, but projecting forward into the future to make sure that we're being responsible with the taxpayer dollars and to be looking ahead. And I don't know if it was already mentioned here, I might have missed it, but groundwater is another big area that our county is involved with. That's something that we're continuing to work with. Something I would like to see that Commissioner Cosby has shared over and over again is collecting and using data to see where we're currently at in various departments and whatnot, and just moving forward and finding out what do all the commissioners see as the purpose of government? Where should we tightening the belt a little bit, and where should we potentially be looking at areas maybe that we haven't considered? So.
Makes sense.
Yeah, some of the items we've been working on really are, I've mentioned a couple times, 20-year planning, looking out into the future, whether it's this large-scale pipeline project with Wyoming, or even veterans and some other key initiatives. Those are largely carried by staff. I mean, they really, truly are. And they do all of the planning and the work and then bring it to the board. And then if approved, actually then go execute it. And it's been amazing to watch because they are thinking that way. And additionally, we have one other really critical, I think, component to consider, and that is that Ottawa County is the most agriculturally diverse county in the state. And I don't know if it's the most diverse in the nation, but it might be. And so, there are always challenges with agriculture and trying to balance maintaining both the economic viability of our agriculture and how it impacts our economy, because it does greatly underpin Ottawa County's, economy itself. But also that kind of rural character of our county. We're unique because we do have some fairly large cities, but then a lot of agricultural as well. And so, as the fastest growing county, there's a lot of pressure on multiple areas. Where do we develop? How do we develop? Where do we grow? How quickly do we grow? We're doing some ag preservation in the county. It's very small due to funding sources, and it's probably good. But there's still that pull at tension of how do we both maintain and grow. And so that pipeline will directly impact this. As that pipeline comes in, long-term, it will provide for more connections, but that doesn't happen quickly, especially not in more rural townships that don't have the funds that they might desire or that they would need to expand. But that will be, as we continue on, a very important issue and kind of that longer-term strategic planning.
That's great. Thank you.
So it looks like we have a few minutes left. I'm wondering if you have any more questions for us. I think you would have probably the next 5 minutes if you have any other questions that you would like us to answer for you.
Sure. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk a little, we didn't get into like who I am kind of as a person that much. So if you didn't mind, if I could talk about that for a few minutes, and then I think we'd probably be out of time at that part. So kind of going back to the start, just kind of an introduction. As you guys know, Jim Lauer. So grew up in West Michigan, as I mentioned, in Ionia County. Fairly, I'm not going to try to sound like people on TV, but middle-class family. and learn, those lessons and work my way through college, both undergrad and grad school. I'm married. I have 3 kids at home, ages 4, 5, and 6. We're very involved in our church. That's something that's very important to us. And my wife and I, do a lot with the food service program there. Our kids go to the Catholic school, and just honored to be here in front of you and be considered for this position. On a more personal note too, I have a private pilot's license, so just talk about hobbies a little bit. That was something that I got involved in a couple of years ago, and I really enjoy, and something that's a lot of fun, and I think speaks to my willingness to try new things and different challenges, and it's a lot of fun. So did want to talk a little bit about my background and who I am. I think that in a lot of ways, I share a worldview with the voters, of of Ottawa County and a lot of the board. I noticed something very unique in the job description, that it talked very specifically about the Constitution as well. And that's something that I think is really important. And I can tell that that's something that the community, really resonates with, and certainly a lot of the changeover that we've seen in the board over the last couple of years. So when we're done here, I'd like to hand out kind of an article I wrote for the Detroit News back in 2020 that I think has aged pretty well. That was related to the lockdowns and the things that were going on during the pandemic, and something that I think you folks would maybe appreciate. So probably when we're done, I'll hand that out, but I think it'll give you a little bit of a flavor of where I come from in terms of the Constitution and my understanding of it and my respect for it, because I did see that specifically in the job description. I haven't seen that before, but in a county where freedom rings, I can certainly appreciate where you're coming from on that. So just wanted to close with that.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jim. Really appreciate it. And is there anything else from the committee? If not,
Thank you for your time
Thank
and
you.
preparation.
okay, thank you. All right, just go into recess for a short time here. So just motion to recess.
Motion to go into recess.
Okay.
Support.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed, that motion carried. And we'll go into recess for a little while. right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order and welcome Christopher Estus. Thanks for being here at this public interview. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to just get started with very brief introduction so you know who we are, and then we'll go directly to you for a quick intro, and then we have some questions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Rhodey, you want to start?
Sure. I'm Commissioner Rhodey, and I'm Vice Chair of the Board, and I serve on the HHS Committee. And I think that's probably enough.
Yep, I'm Joe Moss, and I'm the chair of this committee, and really thankful that you came in today. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Hello, Christopher. Allison Miedema, County Commissioner from District 11. It's a lot of the northern part of Ottawa County. And I am Vice Chair of this particular committee in the search process, and I welcome you here today.
Thank you.
Welcome. My name is Roger Belknap. I'm a commissioner representing the Grand Haven Township and Robinson Township and a small portion of Spring Lake Township. I chair the Planning and Policy Committee and just grateful that you're here.
Thank you very much.
You want to continue around just so.
I'm Jack Jordan, Corporate Counsel for Ottawa County.
Hello, Jack.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Benjamin Wetmore, I'm the interim county administrator. Thanks for being here and looking forward to your answers.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Okay, we'll dive right in. So welcome. Could you please tell us why you are interested in serving as Ottawa County's next administrator? What specific skills and experience do you have that would translate well in serving here as the administrator?
Sure. A quick outline. First and foremost, I love Ottawa County. I've been coming here since the time I was born. My family had a cottage in Highland Park for many years. My wife and I owned a cottage in Highland Park for several years, and we currently have a place in the village of Spring Lake. As far as we're concerned, it's the best county in Michigan to live in. We live in Brighton, Livingston County. That's the second best, so that's why. Throughout my career, with the exception of time served in the military and as a police officer, I've been in the private sector my entire career. So I think that brings a unique skill set. I'm adept at improving operations, creating efficient, effective operations. I've managed very large budgets. My last position from 300 to 450 million, prior 500 to 700 million. I've worked in multiple industries, including manufacturing, fulfillment, warehousing, financial services. I know how to run efficient, effective operations while at the same time serving constituents in an effective manner.
Just to elaborate on that, is there anything that you would like to share about yourself personally, extra, as you kind of start off your interview, to tell us a little bit more about yourself?
My wife and I are very outdoors people. We're cyclists. We do a lot of bicycling. We like to hike. We're avid skiers in the winter, cross country and downhill. So Pigeon Creek has a great cross country skiing. So that's one of the reasons we love Ottawa County, because it's such a great place to recreate outdoors. And I'm a boater, so we have that as well.
Awesome. Right. Christopher, if you were to be hired to work here as our next county administrator, what would you do in your first 6 months here?
Well, typically what I do, Allison, at least in my first 30 days, is really just get a lay of the land. I meet with my direct reports, the department heads, and get from them what they consider the good, the bad, and the ugly. Then I start to formulate what I would think would be the next steps towards improvement. And then so probably over the next 60 days beyond that, I would work with the department heads, share with them my ideas and whatnot to try to implement some of those things to improve efficiency and service levels. And then based on the receptivity or lack thereof, we would fine tune them that over the next few months. So it's getting a lay of the land, meeting with the people, getting their input, and then working on that and executing over that period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Next, if you were brought in, how would you keep the county commissioners apprised of what's going on with county administration? What approaches have you used in your career that you believe would be successful and practicing a no surprises approach to communication?
I have reported to a board of directors for the last 13 years indirectly, the prior 9. I'm very adept at making sure the board is always aware of what's going on, not necessarily the day-to-day details that, are really inconsequential, but things that may come up in the public eye, or large budget items, or large budget surprises, or disgruntled citizens and whatnot. Phone calls, emails, meetings. I've always kept the board apprised, and there have never been any surprises as long as I've worked with those boards.
Okay. To kind of follow that up, can you guys give us an example of when you've partnered with the board of directors to solve a specific problem or address an issue with a focus on an example where there was a back and forth or a give and take with your board and your staff, so you've come to a truly collaborative solution?
Sure, I can give an example. Several years back, we were using a vendor called Diebold for our ATM services. And we had a major ATM outage. And it was impacting our members. And of course, members were calling board members, and board members were calling, I let the board know. But anyway, the board came in, we worked together. We worked with Diebold to get it up and running. It was quite a mess for about 24 hours, but we came to a satisfactory solution together. And ultimately, it was agreed that even though Diebold had been kind of a sacred cow to the board for many years, that it was time to switch vendors. And it was agreed at that point in time that we would pursue looking at other vendors, and ultimately within 12 months replace Diebold. And so the collaboration was to kill that sacred cow and move forward with a better solution to prevent outages like that from ever occurring again.
Could you tell us about your personality and management style? How do you interact with your direct reports and utilize their expertise?
I'm very much a participative manager. I personally subscribe to what I call the Christopher Estus 3F philosophy of management. The first F is firm. We have a job to do and we need to get it done. Second is fair. I treat everybody objectively based on their knowledge, skills, abilities, and merits. I never play favorites. And third, as long as we're getting the job done, let's have a little bit of fun, a little bit of levity at work, and just enjoy what we're doing. I like to partner with my people. I very much manage through counsel. I rarely give edicts. I solicit feedback and committee and make decisions typically based that way.
All right. How do you handle managing multiple objectives at the same time when some of the items have short or tight deadlines, but all are important?
It's not that has not been uncommon in my career, but I always I triage and basically determine what needs to be accomplished first. Work on all of them, but make sure they're done in order of when they need to be completed. And it's just a fact of the business world.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Like in your day-to-day, what does that look like? How do you determine which things become first priority, and how do you shuffle in? Just maybe expand on that a little bit more.
Sure. It can be something that the board wants. And so the board said this is priority. Well, then obviously it's priority. If not that, well, what has the biggest impact on the community and the citizens, positively or negatively? That needs to be addressed first and foremost. Thirdly, financially, what is going to be the most costly or create the most efficiency and that. So, I mean, those are some of the things that would determine priorities.
Okay, thank you. Christopher, if you were the next county administrator, how would you keep your finger on the pulse of the organization in order to understand what's going on with employees at all levels?
I would be working very closely with all my direct reports. I also like to kind of give I've typically done a state of the state every quarter to all staff. letting them know kind of what's going on with the organization, the financial performance, what initiatives are coming up over the quarter in terms of new systems, products, services, and that type of thing. So that type of communication was shared with all staff, at least on a quarterly basis.
Thank you.
Christopher, can you tell us about your experience with collective bargaining and how you navigate maintaining a positive labor relationship with your organization while at the same time representing the board's goals?
Absolutely. So actually, the last 13 years at Security Credit Union, we were a union shop. I had actually 3 different bargaining units, Flint, Lapeer, and Toledo. And so we were bargaining all of the time. Typically, the board would be appraised and whatnot. There was one bargaining session when the board came to me and said, we want to see this, 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 and this. And so I negotiated exactly this, and this, and got everything that the board asked for. So I'm very experienced in collective bargaining and have done it for the last 13 years. Prior to that, very early in my career, when I was at Guardsman Chemicals, that was the Brotherhood of Allied Painters and Traders. That was a union shop, and so I managed the union shop there as well and assisted in bargaining with that as well.
I'd like to go back to Christopher just to follow up with a question that was before Commissioner Belknap's. It was again, just as a reminder, how would you keep your finger on the pulse of the organization in order to understand what's going on with employees at all levels?
Sure.
Can you kind of dig in a little bit more deeply, maybe give some more tangibles? I think you had some ones there, but maybe just elaborate on your examples.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So with the communication with all staff, I always had an open door policy. So anybody could just pop in and say, hey, this is going on, that's what's going on. Also, though, after those quarterly meetings, supervisors would get feedback from staff, then they would share it with their managers, and then that would roll up to me. So there were different ways that I would get those touch points. And I also managed by walking around. I always, typically would walk throughout the organization, just talk to people, and I'd see something, hey, what's that? Or, hey, what you working on? That type of thing. And so the management by walking around also helped with me keeping a pulse on the organization.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you tell us how you stay current on innovation in county government? What do you read, monitor, et cetera, to ensure you're keeping up with trends and new ideas?
Well, since I haven't worked in county government, I really haven't up to this point in time. But within my industry, I read industry publications and that type of thing. I'd go to conferences. I'd touch base with various vendors, various attorneys who are well organized, well plugged in. So yes, I stayed up on industry trends all the time. In this position, I would certainly do the same on county and governmental type trends as well.
Christopher, the cost to purchase a home has increased nationwide. Regulations and other factors have reduced the availability of supply, making it difficult for first-time home buyers. Is this an issue for county government? Could you add any thoughts you have on housing in general as a whole?
Yes, it's a very tight market all the way around, and the average age of a purchaser is certainly increasing based on the factors you said. I'm not that well versed in county government as of yet, so I can't say for sure, but I would like to think that perhaps there would be some types of programs that the county could offer to help at least a little bit, help those first-time buyers get into homes, whether it's, reduced property taxes for a particular piece of property or whatnot, or things along those lines. I'd certainly like to explore it, but I can't really say without digging into it.
Okay.
Is there a time, Christopher, when you've tried something new that didn't work out? And what did you learn from that experience?
That's a good question. I'm sure the answer is yes, but I have to think about that.
That's a hard one.
And that's okay to pause and
Yes.
reflect.
The answer is yes. I'm trying to come up with an example.
Yep. Would you like if we kept going?
Yeah,
And
and
it
I'll
ki-
try
it
to
might
keep that in the back of my
percolate?
mind. Yes, please.
Okay, yep. Have you established relationships? This is written a little bit in the sense of having municipal experience, but please tailor it in your field of work.
Sure.
Okay, so have you established relationships with elected department heads? Please tell us about a conflict you've had with an elected department head and how it was resolved. If you've not had this experience, please tell us how you've resolved a conflict with an elected official or another person in authority.
Actually, in my position, I did deal with a lot of elected officials. So I worked with township supervisors, I worked with state representatives, and so on and so forth. I'm trying to think of any conflict. We worked on, yeah, okay. So in Grand Blanc, our headquarters was in Grand Blanc, Michigan. Unlike Ottawa County, where we have great pedestrian paths and things like that, there's nothing in Grand Blanc Township. Grand Blanc Township has 43,000 citizens. It's a very large township, but we have nothing. And it was just a fight to try to get those pedestrian pathways and so forth. And the township was very resistant. Everywhere else, to get you have a millage, and the citizens vote on that millage, and typically they do it willingly. But the township was unwilling to even bring that up to the voters, and so that was a fight that was ongoing until I left, and it was never resolved. But we were making progress, but it hadn't been resolved when I left.
Okay.
I think this next question is somewhat related to that sort of activism within the community. Can you talk about any more experience sort of in kind of a regional sense? Maybe a time when either you initiated a policy or, it sounds like an infrastructure thing was a piece of the concern for transportation. Was there anything maybe related to your experience in the various manufacturing and banking that, was kind of a policy initiative that had a regional significance?
Not really a policy initiative, sir. Not a policy initiative, no. I mean, very active in the community, served on several community boards. Actually, I'm still on several community boards. When I developed our new campus in Grand Blanc, we were on 40 acres. I actually put pedestrian pathways throughout the campus and then opened it to the public, created a public parking area. It wasn't a policy, but it was kind of a gift to the community.
Sure.
But really no policies.
Is there anything related to some of those boards or examples that you'd like to share with the board experience?
So yes, so I'm actually the chairman of the Flint Institute of Music, and the Flint Institute of Music includes the Flint Symphony Orchestra, the #3 orchestra behind Detroit and Grand Rapids, the Flint School of Performing Arts, which is the largest performing arts school in the state of Michigan and the 8th largest in the United States. The Flint Repertory Theater, which is much like the Grand Rapids Civic Theater or the Muskegon Civic Theater. Whiting Auditorium, which is like DeVos Hall to Flint. And then the Capitol Theater, which is a 1920s beautiful restored theater and performing arts theater in downtown Flint. So that is the Flint Institute of Music, and I am the chairman of that. So very involved in the Flint Cultural Center. I'm the representative on the Flint Cultural Center board as the chairman of the Flint Institute of Music. I also sit on the board of the Flint Institute of Arts. The Flint Institute of Arts is actually the second largest art museum in Michigan, only behind Detroit. It's actually larger than the Grand Rapids Art Museum. And so it's a wonderful resource, and that's a resource for the entire community. We have different community events like Holiday Walk, where we bring them down and open it up to the entire, basically regional community, but it's mostly Flint and Genesee County. So very high profile community organizations. I also served as chairman for 2 terms of the Salvation Army Mid-Michigan Command, which is the largest command outside of Detroit. And of course, that has a huge community impact. And I termed out after those two terms, and now I'm the treasurer of the said board.
So I might suggest that you have some knowledge of how to be successful in fundraising efforts and getting people engaged. Can you speak to that experience?
Sure.
What are the tools of that trade?
Always at capital campaigns as far as buildings and programs and so forth. So one thing, and I hate to simplify this, I'm very adept at shaking hands and kissing babies. I really get out there. I've interviewed on television several times, making pleas for good causes, interviews on television programs, radio interviews. I am very well connected in that community. I know a lot of people. I know who to talk to, who to call. At least they may not have that answer, but they can point me into the direction of who can get me the answer. John Kogel of Kogel Meats, a very philanthropic guy, good friend of mine. I can always call him for $1 or $2 now and again. So, just connections.
Could you tell us about an innovation that you've initiated? How did you get the idea? How did you implement the innovation and what was the outcome?
Wow. So many things through the years. I'm trying to think of a good example. I'll just go way back to my manufacturing days. Basically, we manufactured paint, and before you deliver it to a customer, you had to filter it after it was manufactured so it was clean and whatnot. And we were wasting time and money. So I did a lot of research and found a filtration company, Paul Filters, who claimed to have the best. They were very expensive and whatnot. So long story short, we tested them. They were much more expensive, but they actually did have greater throughput, less man hours, better quality. It ended up saving the company $300,000 to $500,000 a year. And we were able to get the product into the customer's hands more quickly as well. So that's just one of many examples through the years.
Another question I have is related to your experience with security credit unions. So
Sure.
it looks like you've actually had a fairly long tenure there.
Yes, sir.
And so how have you worked with either regulators and other stakeholders in that position?
Sure. So we were a state chartered credit union. So our regulator was DIFS, the Department of Insurance and Financial Services. We were examined every year by DIFS, every other year by the NCUA. And so I was intimately familiar with them. They were familiar with me. When I took over the credit union, it was failing. It was nearly in receivership, about 1/4 away from being conserved. The regulators knew me from Dow Credit Union, and that was just a well-run regulatory excellence all the time. So it brought credibility. They knew me from there. And then I worked closely with them to say, give me time, I'll fix it. You know I can fix it. And because I had that credibility, they allowed that. And then through the years, I think I even mentioned it in my resume that regulatory excellence was a benchmark of security credit union through the years. But, so you had the annual exam, but we also had periodic conferences with the regulators and breakfast. We have legislative breakfasts about once a quarter with the regional regulators. So there was a lot of interaction, positive interaction with regulators.
There were some really great things that you had on your resume, Christopher, and one of them you mentioned in your current placement of introducing culture of communication and collaboration and reducing staff turnover from over 40% annually to an average of 10%. I wondered if you would like to share a little bit about that.
Sure. So when I took the credit union over, the culture was very autocratic. The previous CEO was a military officer, and there's nothing wrong with that but he ran it like the military. It's my way or the highway. And just people don't respond well to that. And so there was great turnover. When I came in, that's not how I operate. Again, I kind of told you what I would do the first 30, 60, 90 days. It's a culture of collaboration. First, you work with your direct reports and then make sure that their reports are brought in. And then staff, and then I mentioned the communication, the quarterly state of the state, at a minimum, the management by walking around, listening to them, talking to them, hearing their concerns. And all of those things brought that attrition down from what it was to what it became.
Can you tell us a little bit about your view? Obviously, you currently work not in the municipal government experience. Can you tell us a little bit of your view of county government and your view of an administrator's role and maybe the Board of Commissioners role? Like, what are some current thoughts? I'm sure you've thought about that as you've applied to potentially be considered as our next administrator. Can you share a little bit about that?
Well, I mean, obviously, the administrator basically runs the operations of the county, other than elected officials. I would assume they work closely with elected officials on various things. There's a lot of interaction with elected officials. You know, again, having reported to a board of directors for many, many, many years, I work at the pleasure of the board. You know, it's like, what do you want? I've got some ideas I'll share with you, and you can say yay or nay, but what are your ideas? And if I will tell you if I think it's a good idea or not, I will respectfully say, you know, I don't think that's a good idea, and here's why, or I think it is a good idea. So the collaboration between me and the Board of Commissioners would look like that. But, you know, that's kind of my perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Question I have is related to economic development. So in your roles, have you had experience in economic development or anything similar?
Well, I currently sit on the Grand Blanc DDA board.
Okay.
So there is some economic development from that perspective, at least from an infrastructural perspective.
Yep, and that's what I'm asking about, that and just anything in general.
Yes, I mean, so you know, we get grants, various grants and whatnot to put in infrastructure to attract businesses to Grand Blanc Township, and have been very successful with that. I've been on that board for the last 2 years. That's primarily my experience along those lines.
How did you get connected to that board?
Well, actually, Scott Bennett, who's the township supervisor, is a good friend of mine. I actually ran for the Grand Blanc Township Board. And so I'm pretty plugged in there.
Yeah,
So that's yeah, so.
Cool.
You
A
good if I have
couple-
enough? Do you want to go?
A couple more, but
I do too.
yeah, go ahead.
I guess what makes you tick? What drives you? What at the end of the day, and you say, man, that was a successful day or a successful week or a successful season. Would you be willing to share a little bit about that?
I want to make a difference, a positive difference in people's lives, whether it's the employees of Ottawa County or the citizens of Ottawa County. That's what makes me tick. I don't like to mark time. I don't like to tap a pencil on a desk. I like to make things happen. I don't like change for the sake of change, but if it's for the better, I'm very much about change. And again, making a positive difference in people's lives, that's what makes me tick.
Thank you.
Do you want to comment at all on your experience, both working, your police experience and military experience?
Sure.
I'm
What would you like to
interested in
know? So my military,
Yeah.
United States Army, 95 Bravo, law enforcement, military police.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you
Yep.
for your service. We have had a very strong focus on building our veterans department here.
I saw that.
Mhm.
I saw that.
Yep, and it has been historically, people have worked very, very hard, although it was quite small. And so it's kind of been shifted up in priority a little bit. And so I guess I didn't have anything specific, but just wondered if you had anything else to elaborate.
So that was my military experience, 2 years. And then I spent 5 years as a patrol officer in the city of Lowell, Michigan. So just outside of Grand Rapids. Yes, sir.
Great.
Just for the sake of conversation a little bit about Ottawa County and some of the perceptions that I've come across and my experience working both within the local units of government in Ottawa County and then my time with the Board of Commissioners. Our departments are staffed by very qualified and competent leaders. Some of the previous administrations in Michigan governor's office had really encouraged the collaborative work of counties working with local units, and Ottawa County has a pretty strong track record of doing that in areas such as information technology and in some areas of even financial management. We have a Department of Strategic Impact that looks at sort of regional issues and provides leadership. We have a kind of a wide array of discipline folks involved in a groundwater study, looking at our issues related to how we manage growth, how we manage our challenges around our aquifer. So I think it's, I believe that our board currently, and I would assume in the future is going to want to continue that. So really is not a question for you per se, but just an opportunity for us to kind of engage a conversation about collaborative work. Just can you comment maybe some of your experience within your career, having worked outside of your own organization to kind of, maybe solve issues and problems? I know you mentioned your work with the arts and the music and your community. Is there anything else you'd like to kind of share?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I would very much cherish being a part of that collaboration with the local community leaders and whatnot. I'd be happy to be a facilitator for that. Yeah. I don't know what I would add to specifically respond to that. I apologize.
That's okay. I have another question. I've noticed that on your resume, it has a mention of strategic planning.
Correct. When I arrived at Dow Credit Union, there was no strategic plan, and that was the only thing that got us dinged from the regulators. So I actually found a great template from Dow Chemical, a very large corporation, and then developed the strategic plan for Dow Credit Union. And so that was about a 6 month to a year process to put that in place. It passed great muster with the regulators. Then 9 years later, when I joined Security Credit Union, I was in the same boat. There was no strategic plan. So again, using the same template, but it was bare bones. It wasn't like just here it is. We started over and I created the strategic plan there. Now what the strategic planning process looks like, sir, is we created it, and then it's a twice a year process, at least formally. It's a year-long process, but so every year we get together as a senior management team and we validate the strategic plan. Look at the strategies, look at the actions, look at the goals, the objectives, and whatnot. And adjust them. Some things tweak, but nothing is wholesale change typically. And then every 6 months, we give the board an update. So it's update, here's where we are against it. There's 2 touch points with the board. We meet, we update it, we present the board the updated plan, let them give their input. And then at the 6 month point, we give kind of an update as to where we stand against that. And then that cycle repeats every year.
Great.
I imagine as part of that process, you've had to implement, because looking over your resume, different times that you've created sort of these measurements, like, okay, we're going to start gathering this information so that we can measure against it. Have you had Can you kind of speak to that? Is there, kind of a back and forth? How do you work through that? Or, do we have the right measurement of this particular point? So,
Based on the strategic plan, you know the elements of the plan and what the measures are, whether it's like, and I'm in the credit, whether it's profitability, whether it's regulatory excellence, whether it's service levels. I mean, we know what our ratings are and what the regulators say. Are we executing against that properly? We know where profitability is. Are we executing profitability? As far as service levels, we surveyed our members on a regular basis. So we had hard measurements. Were we executing properly? And so those are the types of measures for the various components of the plan that definitely let us know, are we doing what we need to be doing? And we let the board know, hey, we're doing great, we're doing okay, well, we could do better.
What has been the biggest challenge of your career, looking back, both professionally? Maybe describe a situation that's been the biggest challenge, but then also giving us a second example of your biggest challenge in working with people.
Probably my biggest challenge, and it was an ongoing challenge, was working with my board at Security Credit Union. My board, they were retired UAW leaders. They were not business people. I'm not saying they were not smart. They were smart, but they didn't understand business. And so at times it was very difficult to communicate, this is what's best for the credit union and its members. And sometimes they would hand down an edict that I would have to bite my tongue until a little bit of blood came down the side of my mouth. So that was probably the most difficult. In terms of a decision, the most difficult decision was just recently. I know that the model that the credit union operated under when I took it over, and it was failing. Basically, what they had done is they had withdrawn from the community. Their profitability started diminishing, so they just withdrew. And they didn't want any more, and they ran off their loans, and the competitors gobbled those up. And it was just a vicious cycle. And I stopped that cycle and I got us back into the community. We were very involved in the community. We loaned, not stupidly. I mean, we had solid loans, and under my tenure, record profitability every year. Earlier in this year, my chairman said, we want to take a different direction. We're spending too much money in the community, investing in the community. And it's like, but Mr. Chairman, record profitability, we're exceeding budget every year. No, we're giving away too much money. We need to stop that. And so I fought it as long as I can, but they were going to do the same thing. They were going to withdraw and go back to the old model. We agreed to disagree, and I resigned. That was the most difficult thing I had to do.
Thank you for sharing that.
Are there things that you wish we have been asking that you would like, and we haven't asked you yet, that you would like to share?
Not necessarily. I would just say that as I said, I bring a unique perspective, and that I've got cross-industry experience, run efficient operations. You know, one of the things is I was sitting in your HR waiting room. There was the I don't know, the customer conduct or whatever, and one of them said, "I own it, and if I don't have the answer, I'll find it." And that's me. I don't know it all, but I'm resourceful, and I can get the answer if I don't have it right away. And so that's my MO.
One thing that has come up a lot and that we're looking for is someone who has worked with complex teams. And so it appears that you have worked with some pretty deep organizations, large organizations. So could you speak to kind of how you've worked with complex teams, their level of complexity, maybe describe some of that work?
I've managed all facets of operations, every department. You know, just one example was Client Logic, for instance. That was a very large warehousing and fulfillment firm out of Dover, Delaware. I actually had 3 zip codes assigned to me for all of back in the day with mail order stuff. You know, during that, we would have 400 base employees. We'd ramp up to 1,200 plus. And during that time, I had HR, I had accounting, I had warehousing, I had operations, I had servicing, I had data processing, and it was just a huge operation. But I effectively worked with all of them, pulled them together. Again, we were able to really ramp up and multiply our workforce threefold and then bring it back down again. I can't tell you how necessarily, it just happened very effectively.
I have one more. What personal character traits do you value?
Honesty, integrity, hard work, reliability, morally upstanding,
Thank
do the
you.
right thing.
Mhm.
I think I just have one more before we go into question that maybe answer questions that Christopher has for us, but I'm wondering if, oh man, I just lost my train of thought and it's okay. Eh, I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Maybe I'll go back to the question that you had wondered. Did you have time to percolate at all on if there was a time you've tried something new that didn't work out and what you learned from the experience? Or is
I'm
that a
sorry.
coming back to you,
It's-
coming at a different
Again,
time?
I know there's something.
Right.
I just
I just wanted to give you that.
I
That's
appreciate
all. I just wanted to come back to it since I had the same thing. I had a mind blank. I had a question all set and I lost it. So.
Diebold didn't work out, but they fixed it, so. Okay, do you have any additional questions for us? Any questions about the role or anything else you'd like to ask?
Yes, I mean, from your perspective, what do you, I mean, I read the job description, but maybe in your own words, you can tell me kind of what you envision the role as being.
I'll take an initial stab. So, you know, the county administrator is a highly collaborative role. And even in the law is referred to as a coordinator. And so there's a great deal of coordination between the board and department heads, but also elected officials who act as department heads as well, the sheriff, the prosecutor, et cetera. So there is a great deal of coordination, but the administrator is also the CEO. And so you kind of have that, to some degree, unique blend of the position, not completely unlike the private sector, but in some ways different because, you know, the sheriff, the prosecutor, some other elected officials have statutory authority. And so you are working very closely, you know, bringing county resources together and cross-functional teams together to work to serve the citizens while also balancing those relationships. Yeah.
Okay. And might I just add something? Being a former cop, I have lots and lots and lots of friends who are police officers. Many of the officials at Kent County are friends of mine. I was actually a cadet at the Kent County Sheriff's Department. Mike Livingston is the sheriff of Livingston County, one of my best friends. So, I mean, anyway.
Yep. Great.
Thank you for that. Now, the next couple might be a little bit sensitive, but if you don't mind. So this board has terminated its last two administrators. If selected, I certainly don't want to be part of that pattern. So what would you say to that?
So the prior administrator was not terminated, actually.
Okay.
He had resigned and went back and focused more on he's a business owner in the community but the prior one was, you're right. So from what we have heard is, you know, from staff, from commissioners-elect, from elected officials is, you know, we're looking for someone who has a proven track record, who is collaborative in nature, who is, you know, who has an open door policy, who's friendly, but at the same time, you know, in some ways, I was looking for my notes, you know, firm and fair. So what could be done is to be, we want to make a decision that's solely based on merit and excellence and looking for what the role requires.
Gotcha. Okay, no, thank you for that. Then last question, and this is really my greatest concern.
Mhm.
So John Teeple has been very antagonistic towards the Ottawa Impact board members, this selection committee, and me or whoever is selected, the selected candidate that you may hire. That being said, what say you?
I'd be happy to take a first stab. It's a great question. So he is one incoming commissioner. There are 11. The current board, a majority of the current board will be serving in the next board.
Okay.
So there is some changeover with new members, but not completely new members. Less change this term than there, or this coming term than there was in the prior one. I had a conversation with him and other incoming board members and other members of the community. One thing that he had said in particular was, they're not looking to come and, blow things up. They're looking for excellence. They're looking for qualified people, experience, and that's really what we're looking for too.
Okay.
So we want to, in our decision-making and in these processes, we're prioritizing, an open, very open and transparent process so that, anybody who wants to be involved and give feedback can do that. And we're also soliciting that from others. And so we want to continue that process and see how it goes.
Okay. Oh, thank you for that.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
No, those were the two hot button questions that I had for you. So,
Those are good ones.
yeah, appreciate it.
I did remember my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So in looking at your resume and in talking to today, it's very evident that you've had a very successful career.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I'm just wondering what piques your interest in even considering working here as our next county administrator. Would you be willing to share that?
That's an excellent question. A very intuitive question, I might add. Yes. You know what? I have had a successful career. I've done great things. I've turned around companies. I've started divisions. I've moved divisions. I really I've dabbled in government my whole career. It started back in my early 20s. I bought my first house in Kentwood, Michigan when I was 23. I actually was appointed to the brand new Kentwood Historic Preservation Commission, became its chairman nearly right away. I actually shortly thereafter ran for the city commission as the youngest, I think the youngest ever. I got beat by a much older, much more seasoned incumbent, but I did, that was my first foray into government. And fast forward a few years, I was actually on the Cascade Township Zoning Board of Appeals for 3 years. And then in Grand Blanc Township, as I mentioned, my time there, the DDA board, I actually ran for the board and actually was in second place until the mail-ins all came in. So, anyway, that's water under the bridge, so.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Oh, and I love Ottawa County. I've said that before.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not apply for this position anywhere else but Ottawa County. And I mean that.
Yeah, thank you.
But Ottawa is a very, very unique place, a very wonderful place. We have a very beautiful heritage and extremely diverse agriculture and vibrant economy.
Yes, sir.
And so we also are blessed with some of those benefits of being more affluent, being growing, either the fastest growing or one of the fastest growing counties, very low unemployment. So much to be thankful for, but there's wonderful people and a wonderful place to live.
Agreed.
All right. Well, Christopher, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll look for a motion to recess.
I'll make the motion to go into recess.
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried. And we'll be in recess. All set? We'll call back in. All right. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I call this meeting back to order. We are, let's see, it is 6:04 and we are on our third public interview. We have James Freed with us here. And to start, we're just going to briefly introduce ourselves around the table, and then we'll go to you, and then we have some questions.
Hi, I'm Sophie Rohde, and I am a county commissioner out of Allendale Township, so I'm in the very center of the county. I also have Grand Valley in my district, State University, and I'm also the vice chair of the main board. So thank you for coming.
James, I'm Joe Moss, and I am chairing this committee. I'm also the chair of the board, and just thankful that you came tonight, and thanks for being here.
Hi, James, Alison Miedema. I am County Commissioner from District 11. It's a lot of the northern part of the county, north of the Grand River. I reside in Talmadge Charter Township, and I am Chair of Talent Recruitment here at the county, and I also am Vice Chair of this particular executive committee as we're looking for our next administrator. So welcome.
Hi, James. I'm Roger Belknap, representing the Grand Haven Township, Robinson Township, and Southeast Spring Lake Township. So welcome to the west side of Michigan. I chair the Planning and Policy Committee and vice chair the Finance and Administration Committee and chair the Groundwater Board and a couple other committees.
James, good to see you again. Jack Jordan, Corporate Counsel for Ottawa County.
Nice to meet you again. Benjamin Whitmore, interim county administrator.
Nice to meet you.
You want to start off with any short introduction of yourself would be completely fine, and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, actually, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. It is a great honor to even sit for this type of opportunity. Ottawa County is one of Michigan's premier counties. And so to be on the short list, to even be here tonight is truly just a privilege and an honor, and I do appreciate it. I'm here tonight with my wife, Jessie. These types of things are family affairs, to move your family across the state to a new position. So it's one of those things where this is a first date for both of us. We get to meet each other and find out a little bit more about each other. I'm the current city manager of Port Huron, Michigan. That is a city of about 30,000 people. It's one of the larger core communities in Michigan. It is the county seat for St. Clair County. We have about 549 employees in total. We have an operating budget of about $127 million annually. We serve utilities to the broader region, so water and sewer is working with our regional partners to 4 different townships. So we serve water to about 70,000 people in St. Clair County. Before that, I was simultaneously, I actually managed both the village of Lakeview and the city of Stanton and Montcalm County. I did that for about 7 years beforehand, and it was just a wonderful experience. I have a master's degree, a master's of business administration from Northwood University, DeVos Graduate School, and I have an undergraduate in political science from Indiana Wesleyan University. I've been a city manager now in the state of Michigan for about 17 years. I started in 2008. As you all remember, in 2008, the sky was falling. And so I have gone from the era that the sky is falling to transitioning to now a more positive outlook in the state of Michigan. And so in just my short term of 17 years as a city manager, I've gotten to see the amazing change in course that our state and our municipalities can have. And so after 17 years in this role, people may think, are you burned out or you're tired? But I must say the fire in my belly has not burned even hotter as it does right now. My passion for public service has never been greater, and my desire to serve has never been greater. So that's just a short thing about, I forgot to mention my two proudest achievements. I have a daughter named Lucy, who's going to be 7, and I have a other daughter named Annie, who is 2.5, and they are firebrands, I can tell you that. So anyways, thank you for having me tonight.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we'll jump into questions. Could you please tell us why you're interested in serving as Ottawa County's next administrator? What specific skills and experiences do you have that would translate well in serving here as the administrator?
Excellent. Well, first and foremost, I'm not looking for a job. I have to tell you, I serve in the city of Port Huron. This will be my 11th year in the city of Port Huron. I was raised just outside of Port Huron in Kimball Township, so it was like going home. Port Huron is home to the most amazing, kind, and loving community you could ever imagine. I have 549 amazing employees, so the mere notion of leaving them is pretty difficult. So with that said, I'm not out actively looking for a job. I have not applied for jobs in probably 8 years. This is the first opportunity I've applied for, and the reason is simple: is Ottawa County is the premier county in Michigan. It's one of the fastest growing counties in Michigan. It's the third largest in Michigan. There's real opportunity here to help shape the direction of the future. I also have looked at the history of Ottawa County for the last couple of years, and I know there's amazing civil servants who work within all the different departments and divisions of Ottawa County. I think about, the prosecutors who are trying to bring justice for families, the sheriff's deputy who's on the road tonight, make sure that they have everything they need to be equipped, the Parks and Recreation, make sure the GIS team have everything they need to serve the citizens. So I think about all those professional civil servants who are getting up every day to sacrifice and serve the citizens of Ottawa County. And I think maybe it's possible that I could help provide some leadership and a stabilizing force for the administrative role. So that's why I am interested in this position.
Thank you.
James, if you were hired here at the county, you choose to work here and we choose you, what would you do in your first 6 months here?
Well, in the first few months, I'd probably have a lot of coffee. I would drink a lot of coffee. Here's the thing, folks. If you would have asked me when I first started city management that question, it's very different than the answer I would give today. I've managed smaller municipalities where you had less than 20 employees, and now I'm in a $100 million operation where we have several hundred employees. And it's dangerously naive to think you're going to walk into an organization and create dramatic change or change the culture when you don't even know what that culture is and what needs to be done. And so a fundamental baseline assessments, both operational, finance, and from a talent perspective, what are the talent gaps? What are the talent strengths? And to hear from the staff as well. I want to hear from the staff what they think some of the urgent needs are, both in the near term and in the long term, but at the same time to capture the vision for the Board of Commissioners. I live and work in a very diverse community. I work with Republicans and Democrats. We are a very diverse community, but we are a very good working body together because in the administrator's role, city manager or county administrator, this is not a political position. It doesn't matter who sits in your seats. The person in this role must carry out the directives of the Board of Commissioners. And so I want to learn what you're passionate about, why you ran for office, what are the needs of your districts, and how, as the county administrator, can I come along and support those initiatives and those directives. Furthermore, I'd like to meet with the duly elected department heads from all across the county. I mean, I've went through the department heads. You have very good elected officials across this county. I believe the county administrator serves as a support role to those elected officials to help them work through their financial questions and planning and be a tool and resource. I want to help the sheriff. I want to help the register of deeds. I want to help these elected officials carry out their constitutional duties to deliver services to the citizens of Ottawa County. I think the county administrator can play a really important role doing that, but it takes a collaborative approach. It takes a very open line of communication and a level of candidness and trust. And I'm really proud that I have been able to build that in the 4 communities that I've served in over the last 17 years. And it's just, I think that's what I bring. So am I going to come rock the boat? No. In fact, I'm just going to walk around, talk. I also think it's very important to get out to the local municipalities and townships and really listen to the township supervisors, the city managers, the mayors, and find out how the county can come along and assist them. Ottawa County is in a position for rapid growth. There's going to be growing pains. There's going to be significant challenges in planning, access to clean water. I know there's issues with the aquifers, producing enough water. This is not a silo situation where as in individual silos, we're going to solve these really generational challenges. We're going to have to partner with the local townships and municipalities. I think my background as being a city manager really is a strong position. But I think if you were to call the various townships that surround Port Huron, talk to the chairman of Board of Commissioners in St. Clair County, we have a very collaborative relationship. I serve on the St. Clair County Economic Development Alliance. I'm one of the executive board committee members, have been for all 10 plus years I've been there. I serve on a committee called the Blue Meets Green Committee, which is it's pretty unique in the state of Michigan. It's a cohort of CEOs, business leaders, and public sector executives that are looking at the challenges, whether it's workforce, housing, transportation, infrastructure. How can we really work together to solve those challenges? And I think that collaborator. You know, you're the chief administrative officer, you're actually the chief collaborator. And that's how I view the role.
Very good. Thank you, James.
Not the answer I would have given you in 2008.
No, you learn as you go, don't you?
So I've got the next question. James, how would you keep county commissioners apprised of what's going on in county administration? What approaches have you used and that you believe would be successful in practicing a no surprises approach to news and communication?
So there's two things I've learned in 17 years of being a executive in municipal government. Is one, your duly elected officials should never read about something in the paper or hear about it in the grocery store. And so I make sure that my mayor and council are briefed all the time. And that includes written, verbal, in-person briefings. It means phone calls. And I also draft a once a month city manager report that is also for public consumption as well. I think you have to communicate with the residents on a monthly basis, what's going on in their municipalities, where their tax dollars are going in the projects, the status of projects, whether it's construction projects or water and sewer projects, let them know what's going on. But you will hear from me on a weekly basis. And then sometimes it's just various updates. And I literally have a Post-it note on my desk and I write the various things I am working on. And on a Friday morning, I'll come a little bit early with a cup of coffee and I just write an email update to the council. Here's this and it's pretty random. Random things that you should know that someone may stop you in the grocery store to talk about. I think that level, it doesn't have to be complicated. We don't have to do full form memos here. In one of my previous roles, the previous manager wrote like full form memo drafts, and I'm not your guy. If you're looking for form memos, not your guy. I will keep you abreast. So, and if something urgent, I'll call you, but you'll get weekly emails from me as well.
Somewhat related to that, in terms of collaboration and working together, can you give us an example of when you have partnered with elected officials or various other boards of directors to solve a problem or address an issue, and focus on an example where there was some back and forth, some give and take on an issue with these different groups, and truly having a collaborative solution to a
Yeah.
problem?
So, you know, starting off young in the profession in 2008, you learn very quickly that there is not enough resources within your jurisdiction to solve all your problems. And so as a young manager, I've had to learn quickly to reach out to the townships to partner with them on very important projects, whether that was in Stanton, where we built a joint public safety facility with the various townships helping fund that, or in the city of Port Huron, where we had a housing shortage and we worked with the county to actually take over an old piece of county land, use some of our CDBG funds to help build infrastructure. Now we have single-family homes being built on that housing development because that unique partnership with the county and the city. Looking outward to the townships, we have the Black River Canal. It's very unique in the state of Michigan. It needs dredged numerous times a year. It gets very, very costly to dredge it. We partnered with the townships because we all mutually had a vested interest in making sure that it was cleared out for our residents. But not only residents, it was a very vital economic driver for tourism. And so we have a joint funding agreement that we negotiated, and we actually signed it on the sands of the beach out at the canal where we dredge every year. Those partnerships didn't always happen. Those relationships weren't always there. I have a standing meeting with the township officials once a month to go out to lunch or dinner with them together. And there's no agenda. It's just to keep the relationship going. I think it's just very important you got to maintain communication with all the different jurisdictions so that they feel like they're at the table and they understand what's going on. And I will tell you, numerous times over my tenure in all these communities, is we'll be having an issue, and it's not uncommon to have a township official call me with an idea to solve it. Hey, I read in the paper you guys are doing this. Have you ever thought about this? So there's resources and tools out there that these elected officials can help them.
Could you tell us about your personality and management style? How do you interact with your direct reports and utilize their expertise?
So let's talk about my management style. I really love professional baseball. Okay, I'm not a sports guy. As you can tell, I'm not athletic. No one was drafting me. No one wanted me on their high school team. I played one game of intramural soccer in college. I was so bad, I knew I was keeping the team down, so I didn't show up the next Friday night to do it. So I kind of got the message. But one of the things I find fascinating, especially like you look at the Tigers this past season, I bought a standing room only ticket at the playoffs, and you see the star hitter, the star players, and it's like there's a debate who's the most important person on the field, right? There's a fascinating moment in professional baseball that I just think there's a lot of leadership lessons, and that's the bat boy. It's when the star hitter comes up and the bat boy walks out with different bats and he looks at that star hitter and says, "What do you need to hit a home run?" I look at myself as the bat boy. I go to the city staff, I go to the department heads and said, "What tools and resources do you need to hit a home run for the citizens of Port Huron or the citizens of Ottawa County?" I never want to put an employee out there with clear expectations, but the training and the resources that they didn't have necessary to achieve success. And so I really see myself as the bat boy. I have a very open door policy. I pride myself. I could fall over dead tomorrow and the citizens of Port Huron would not miss me. Operationally, the city would go on. There would not be crisis because I have acquired some of the most talented, capable department heads, division heads, and staff that you can find. We can't pay them the most amount of money. We simply can't. But we create a corporate culture in which they want to be there, where they know that their ideas will be heard and that there's a pathway for success. We have the positions in the city of Port Huron is the right to rise. I believe that every resident and every employee should have the right to rise. For our employees, I believe that's what are your career goals? What are your passions? What do you want to accomplish in your career? And provide them the training and pathways necessary to reach their fullest potential. I also look at our citizens. What can we do to make them successful? Economic development opportunities, job opportunities, training opportunities to build the best lives for them and their family. I think just as a whole, that theory of everyone has a right to rise to their fullest potential. And as public servants, how can we equip them, give them the tools necessary to be successful? So that's the corporate culture. That's kind of my view on leadership. As simple as it may be, it has seemed to work.
James, how do you handle managing multiple objectives at the same time when some of the items have short or tight deadlines, but all are important?
So it's a systems approach. So I run a complex $126 million operation with 549 employees. You can't do this on your own. You have to have the art of delegation and setting priorities and being clarity with the department heads and the staff. We set the objective, we set the priorities, and then give them the tools and resources to help them do that. I will say you really have to prioritize. We can't be all things to everybody, and everything can't be accomplished in a single day. So we really triage the projects that we're working on, near term and long term. What can we knock out? What are the hold points, the important hold points in the project that need to be accomplished, or the deliverable dates, and then hold people accountable. And we've done pretty successful with that.
Thanks.
James, if you were the next county administrator, how would you keep your finger on the pulse of the organization in order to understand what's going on with employees at all levels?
You got to get out of your office. My first week in the city of Port Huron, I started out in a smaller municipality, so I knew the names and faces of all my employees. I know their families. I know who was graduating. It's an intimate environment. Moving to a much larger organization, it was one of the things that really bothered me as I walk out to a facility. I didn't know that person sitting in that office. It drove me nuts. Like, I don't know their name and they work for me. I feel awful. You got to get out of your office. You got to talk to people. I think it's very important that you listen to the department heads who are elected as well. So you'll see me leaving my office. I think a good administrators, you walk by their office and they say, well, they're not there. Where are they at? Well, they're meeting this person. They're this person. I think you have to go to where they are. You need to go meet with them, hear them. You'll see me walk around the county complex talking to employees. I often find that the county employees probably know the best answers. They've been here long enough. They know the challenges. They know the solutions. And so to really give them an open door to talk to them. But back to the story, I was walking through, my second day in the city of Port Huron. I was bored out of my mind because we were in all these meetings. And I said, I'm just going to take a walk. So I'm walking through the building. And next thing you know, our CFO comes up and he goes, is there something wrong? And I said, not that I'm aware of. He's like, well, I heard you just walk through the second floor. And I was like, yeah, man, I was just completely bored, man. I was just roaming around having a cup of coffee. He's like, so there's nothing wrong. I'm like, you guys got to get used to this. I'm just going to walk around. There's no agenda. Like I get very bored in my office. I can't stand four walls. So like I get out. And so I think you're going to have a lot of lunch meetings with people in the organization and to really go where they're at, hear where they are.
Thank you.
Can you tell us about your experience in collective bargaining and how to navigate maintaining positive labor relations while representing the county's interests and goals?
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, I want to go back to 2014. The city that I inherited was on the pathway for financial crisis. In fact, I met with the state treasurer in Lansing about possible financial emergency in the city of Port Huron. We had multi-million-dollar deficits. We had unfunded liabilities spiraling out of control. We were on a pathway for insolvency. At one point, we had enough liquidity to make it 27 months. And so we needed dramatic reforms. I'm a big fan of Dale Carnegie, how to make friends and influence people. There was never a chapter in there on budget cuts and austerity measures. And so when you go in and you have to immediately your first year cut millions of dollars from the budgets, and then you have to work with your collective bargaining groups to reform unfunded liabilities. We have 6 collective bargaining groups. They're very active. We have a very good relationship with all of them. We were able to negotiate the closing of our pension fund, to deploy a 401k 457 model, and to actually reform our pension liabilities to save the taxpayers $114 million. We bridged down our FAC. We had to cap overtime in FAC. And these all seem like statistics, but these were huge sacrifices that our workers made to help save the city from financial crisis. And so I can tell you, I would not have been successful, our organization would not have been successful without the leadership and collaboration of our 6 collective bargaining groups, who came in good faith, who understood the totality of the moment, the consequence of the moment we were facing, and chose to bargain in good faith. I can tell you that those challenges have bred friendships. I am friends with our collective bargaining. We have good folks, and just they're professionals. And so I think it's just mutual respect in hearing them out. Your collective bargaining groups are there for a reason, to be heard, have their members be heard. And so the moment that breaks down, you have a problem. And so I think it's very important. You will see me have lunch with the heads of the unions. You will see me have coffee with the heads of the union to hear them out and what the concerns of their membership is. But we've been successful. And again, I sit here today and I know back in Port Huron, this is being live feed. They're probably watching. I can't thank them enough for their sacrifices and their leadership. We would not have been successful. Port Huron would have been a financial emergency without their success and leadership.
Please tell us how you stay current on innovation in county government. What do you monitor, read, et cetera, to ensure you're keeping up with trends and new ideas?
Well, I think if you talk to people who know me closely, they will tell you that I'm not the smartest guy in the world, and I've never had an original idea. I am the great plagiarizer of my generation. I look all over the country. I travel all across the United States looking for new ideas and best practices. I was just in East Buffalo, New York 3 weeks ago. I was in Philadelphia a week ago with my family. We had no agenda. We were walking neighborhoods, touring job readiness programs, looking at economic development projects. I want to learn from best practices from across the country. The moment we think we're doing it the best is when you fall behind. And so looking across the country, find out what is working best. Even across the state of Michigan, some really innovative things are going on, whether it's workforce housing in other counties that maybe we could do better. So again, it's constant continuing education. I'm part of the Michigan Municipal Executives. I find that meeting with other executives from around the state, you just hear, first of all, we all have war stories. We've gone through the same things, but hearing the way they're innovating, solving problems, can we take some of those good ideas from across the country and bring them back home and implement them here? Not all the time, but the conversation should at least be had.
The cost to purchase a home has increased nationwide. Regulations and other factors have reduced the available supply, making it difficult for first-time home buyers. Is this an issue for county government? Can you expand any thoughts you have on housing in general?
So we are in a housing crisis across the state of Michigan. It's the job of everybody to solve this. It's not the job of a single municipality or a single state agency. It's the challenge with all of us. In the city of Port Huron, we are in a dying economy. And in the last 8 years, we've had more than almost $1 billion of investment. We've created 3,000 new jobs. We used to chase jobs. Now we chase workers. That's the issue in the city of Port Huron. But those workers can't find affordable housing. What used to be considered affordable is now just well out of reach for many residents. Port Huron is a blue collar town. Folks can't afford $350,000, $500,000 homes. It's just not possible. And so we have to look at several factors that could be causing that, which we know are causing the high costs. It's building costs for sure, land acquisition, permitting and streamlining the permitting process. Our zoning. So in the city of Port Huron, we have looked at all of those, restructuring our zoning, addressing our permitting cost, looking at finding land that we can buy and then give to a developer to develop workforce housing. We have 2 applications before MSHDA in December for about, I think in total, 54 more additional units. One's a mid-rise, one's row housing. But we've taken all of the above approach to housing. It's a great game of musical chairs. You build in one home, it opens up the door for another home, someone can move in and move around. But we're going to have to work with the developers. We have to work with the municipalities and the state of Michigan to help knock down some of the challenges and hurdles to building workforce housing. And there is no silver bullet, but it's a systems approach again, working collectively with different organizations to tackle different challenges, whether it be the acquisition, building costs, permitting, zoning, all of that. And I Zillowed some homes before I came here tonight, and it is shocking.
It is a little shocking.
Yeah.
It
The home my
is.
brother bought in Hudsonville, he could probably, just a few years ago, is now probably $200,000 more.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Agreed. James, is there a time when you tried something new that did not work out? And if so, what did you learn from that experience?
Well, the list is long. I try a lot of new ideas and they don't work out. After 17 years, I stand on my failures that I've learned from. The good news is I've never made the same mistake twice. That's my most proud part. I've never made the same mistake twice. There's so many, there's no grand failure, something really bad that happened. I couldn't tell you about a catastrophic failure, or policy failure that didn't work. It's the small things. A meeting I could have handled a different way. A proposal rollout, I probably should have handled a different way. Questions from council members, I probably should have foresaw before I went into that meeting. Small things that I have learned from over the years, especially engaging with citizens and engaging with the public and, you know, what they want to hear, what they're looking for. And the thing is, the longer I've done this job, it becomes much more intimate. You start to know the names and faces in the grocery store. You hear their challenges. You know, my husband just lost his job. What can he do? You know, we can't afford a house, but we have kids who want to move back home. I mean, all of those things becomes much more intimate. And so really, I think you just learn from those mistakes, but also not becoming thick-skinned and numb, but still being sensitive to what people want to hear. But I have, yeah, I mean, gosh, better question for my staff. They can tell you a lot of things I've done wrong, but I've learned from them. And but nothing catastrophic, but just the simple mistakes. And I've been blessed with that.
Thank you. Oscar.
Yep. Who's up next?
I'll take it.
Raj?
James, how have you established relationships with elected officials and department heads? Let us know about a conflict you've had with an elected department head and how it was resolved. If you've not had an experience like this, tell us how you've resolved a conflict with another person in authority.
Yeah, so first and foremost, know your rank. So I serve at the pleasure of the duly elected officials. And so it's not for me to be dictating things to the elected officials. In county governments, it's also a little bit different as many of your department heads are elected and they are constitutionally empowered and constitutionally given directives to serve the citizens of Ottawa County. So it's not the role of the county administrator to go to war with a duly elected official. I really haven't had much conflict with elected officials, to be quite frank, just because I don't approach it from who's going to win a battle. We approach challenges of how can we work together? And I often find that most people are in good faith, want to work together to solve challenges. But when there's disagreements, I do what I'm ordered to do. So that's why I'm able to stay employed for 17 years.
Good answer.
Can you talk with us about your experience in regional collaboration? Do you have an example of a time when you either initiated or played a key role in a regional effort?
Yes, right now I serve on the St. Clair County Economic Development Alliance. We're working with a small business grant, massive small business grant, $7 million to help empower small businesses. I've worked on the executive board to help make sure that that process is deployed. Whether it's, again, it's economic development, when we try bringing new companies to our county, I don't care if it gets built in St. Clair or in Kimball Township, as long as the jobs come to the region. And so it's really a team's approach. It's actually when we meet with developers, they say to us, we've never been in a meeting like this where you guys just don't care where the factory goes as long as it comes to the county. So whether it's getting a water tower built, whether it's getting a water line run to a new housing development or to a new company, making sure that we have wastewater capacity to onboard that new company. And then again, working with St. Clair Community College and our higher education to make sure that we have the jobs training. There is nothing more disheartening than bringing opportunities to a community where the residents and workers there don't have the skill set necessary to get those opportunities. And so we've worked on bridging the gaps, making sure that it's an equitable approach to economic development, that when jobs come, maybe folks who need a little bit of soft skills or some hard skills trainings, that there's training opportunities available for them to really touch and reach and grab those opportunities. That's important to us. And that takes regional collaboration. And so when you're talking about things, we can't forget our higher ed. Because that is a key driver in a lot of these things being successful. And when we bring industries in, that's one of the first things they now ask about. What are the partnerships between the municipalities and higher ed? And important here on in St. Clair County, they are strong. I have a feeling that they're probably just as strong here.
Have you had any success in retaining your college students in your area?
Yes, in fact, believe it or not, St. Clair County, at one point in the last few years, was the highest per capita inbound for college graduates. What's interesting about that is we don't have a four-year university within our borders. We beat out Kent County. There's this old mindset when I meet with people, especially after 08, 10, and 12, they would say, all of our kids moved away. What can we do to make them want to move back? What we quickly learned is our children didn't leave home because they wanted to. Our children left home because they didn't have opportunity. And so when we bring back opportunity and those high-tech jobs, we have now a high-tech manufacturing and technology park in the city of Port Huron. We're bringing in that EV technology, the autonomous vehicles, advanced manufacturing. That's bringing in our college graduates, providing them opportunity. So I don't buy the argument that young people left our communities because they wanted to. I believe that they left because they didn't have opportunity. And as that opportunity returns, so will our children.
We have the last one. Okay, can you tell us about an innovation that you've tried? How did you get the idea? How did you implement the innovation? What was the outcome?
Innovation. We've done so many new initiatives in the city of Port Huron that it's hard to say. Modernizing technology, we were antiquated when we first got there, mostly due to budgetary constraints. But there's been a whole host of innovations. Well, we've had to streamline employment, our operations. We are 100 employees less than we were a decade ago. So what we had to do is when an employee left, we had to actually meet and say, okay, does this position need to exist? And then can we combine this position with other roles? So we innovated out of necessity, not out of, necessarily we're that smart. It was like refiners fire. You got to get better at what you're doing. So we are delivering today. We deliver more services, more programming, and more opportunities for our residents than we ever have with less employees. And that's through streamlining our operations and reducing unwanted government fat. It is a hard part of reality, but there is unnecessary government spending. And we have to have a zeroed-out budgeting approach every year and make sure we justify those costs every year so that government doesn't run amok. I was able to come in and reduce the city of Port Huron's government by multi-million dollars within the first several months. Why was that not done 5 years earlier? So I look at taxpayer money as if your own money. If these were your own money, if this was your own kitchen table issues. I grew up in a working class family. Oftentimes my mother would sit there with her little journal doing the budgets and it would end in tears because wasn't enough money to pay the bills. I think about my mom. I think about the working families in Port Huron and in Holland and in Hudsonville who are trying to make things meet housing costs and food prices right now, and how they spend their money with the diligence they spend their money. As county administrator and as, of course, as elected officials, we need to spend taxpayer dollar, every single dollar, with that same level of diligence.
Are you going to go?
Sure.
Okay.
What do you view the role of county government to be?
Well, there's what I view the role of county government, what the Michigan State Constitution says county government should be. The county has constitutional obligations to the citizens of Ottawa County to deliver. I believe the role of Ottawa County government, specifically the administration, is to ensure that the elected officials and the department heads and all the staff have the tools, the resources, and the funding necessary to deliver their constitutional obligations to the citizens of Ottawa County. So my view of county government is what the state of Michigan and the voters of 1963 decided what county government should be.
And what do you think the priorities of county government should be then based on that?
Safety of our residents, number one. And then we could take it from there. But this is public safety. The number one, this is Maslow's pyramid of needs. You don't want to live in a place that's not safe. And so I want to make sure that every part of this county, which I believe it is safe, where people want to live and raise their family, and more importantly, start a business and grow jobs.
James, obviously in your resume, you've demonstrated longevity in your employment at your different places. What keeps you motivated in your day-to-day and long-term? And maybe expanding on that, like what makes you tick? If you don't mind expanding on that.
So the reason why I love public policy so much is growing up, we didn't have a lot, and I saw a lot of things I thought could be done better, but you really had no way to change things, right? I have been blessed with an opportunity at a young age. I was a city manager at 23. I had just turned 23 years old. I took over a municipality in the middle of a recession, and there was a lot of burden. People were losing jobs. I mean, we had a great recession. In Montcalm County, it was a straight up depression. And there's a sense of obligation to deliver for your residents. My life has consequence. My career has consequence. And the consequences are felt out in the daily lives of our residents. And when you have to go to the grocery store and look at residents, I have to think to myself, after 10 years in the city of Port Huron, are their lives and community better than it was in 2014? And that's what we think about every day. And I know the people I surround myself with within the executive suite. I know my department heads. I know the division heads I put in place. That's the first thing I look for, that they understand the consequences of the roles that they hold on the daily lives of our residents. Port Huron is a big town, but it's still a small town. And I know the names and faces of people when I walk to the grocery store. And I want to make sure that they say, James Freed may have had a lot of warts and maybe he wasn't the smartest guy, but our community is better than it was 10 years ago. So, you know, for such a time as this, God has placed us in roles. I feel like if you find yourself in a place of leadership, you have an obligation to serve and do the best of your ability to make people's lives better. I have found great fulfillment. They tell me I've had a job for 17 years. I have never felt like I have a job. I love what I do. I'm passionate about it. My life will tell you when we're on vacation. It's not that I don't turn off the phone. It's like I want to read the emails. I want to see what's going on. I'm very passionate about what I do. And so the fire in my belly has never burned brighter. I see what we've been able to do in the last 17 years in Michigan to turn it around and to find our place where we were talking about dissembling communities just a decade ago. Now we're talking about building communities. What a sea change. I want to see the next 10 years where we're going to go, what we can do with this. I think this is like a real life game of Sim City. What can we do to build a better community? And it's just fun. So I'm passionate about it. But again, this is to be in a position where your life has consequence and meaning, that's huge. And that is just, I just found the most rewarding that you could ever have. I've never worked a day in my life. It's been a complete blessing.
To follow up on that, what are some ways that you believe we can work to create an environment for our businesses and our families to thrive in Ottawa County?
Well, it's a multi thing you got to do. One, people like, but I always tell people, what kind of government you're going to give them? I'm going to give them vanilla ice cream government. The people I think vanilla ice cream is like the first. Someone told me, no, it's technically the second best selling flavor in America, is because it's predictable. You want a stable operating environment for people to conduct business. Nobody's going to come invest millions and millions of dollars in capital where there's political unrest or taxation could swing in either direction or public services could be diminished or public safety could be diminished. You want to provide vanilla ice cream government. I hope to provide the citizens of Ottawa County with the most boring county government they've ever had. Stable, predictable, calm, cost efficient. That's what I've done in the city of Port Huron. We've stabilized the water. It has induced almost $1 billion of investment, thousands of new jobs. And because we addressed the safety issue, and it wasn't always safe in Port Huron. We had a gang issue. We had a drug issue. The drug epidemic hit us hard. Working with our joint task force and our major crimes units and making sure that they had the tools and resources to kick in the door and shut down the drugs homes, we have made our streets safer. Now there's not a single street in Port Huron I wouldn't walk down at night. Residents are moving into those neighborhoods. They're finding good quality schools and jobs of opportunity. That's because we made government predictable, calm, and stable.
I have one more. Could you touch on strategic planning a little bit? There's been several discussions at the board level of what's next in strategic planning for Ottawa County. We're, currently, we need to work on one in, this next coming year. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so it's very important. The strategic planning has two components. One, the elected officials set the objectives. You all need to set the objectives, and then using the talents and resources of the staff, we develop a plan to deliver that objective. That's the role of the county administrator and our division and department heads to help deliver a pathway to achieve the objectives. So clarity and mission. Clarity of mission is very important. If I come here to be your county administrator, I want clarity of mission. And whether that's you guys are sitting in the seats or the next people are sitting in the seats, clarity of mission, because again, the county administrator carries out the directives of the elected officials. Tell me where you want me to lead this organization, and I will lead it there. We've done this in the city of Port Huron. We've done millions and millions of dollars in capital throughout our strategic plan, whether it's parks and recreation, infrastructure, a comprehensive capital improvement plan that's a 6-year forward facing. One of the things I did when I first got there is I did annual budgets, which seemed crazy to me because you can't make long-term decisions on short-term physical information. So What we did is we made multi-year budgets. I did that my first year. Now we adopted current budgets and then we forecast out 3 years. And the reason for that is if you hold a stick out and you shake it, not much movement here, a lot movement at the end. So the decisions you make today have dramatic consequences 4 years down the road, both financially and operationally. And so multi-year budget forecasting is critically important. I implemented the first year I was in the city of Port Huron. That's what uncovered the financial cliff we were heading towards. That was provide us the guidepost to move forward and avoid it.
James, your resume has a couple references to successful millage efforts that your community bought into. Can you speak, what are some of the things you learned about a successful millage? Because we may be facing some of these in the future with parks coming up and some other important areas.
So complete, utter openness with the residents. Tell them the facts. The most not let's say undervalued, but the most underestimated people are the electorate. They're not stupid. I found that the voters are very knowledgeable and very keen to what's going on if you give them the right information. If you're candid with them, give them the information. So I went on with our department head teams 2 years of meeting with Rotary and church groups and traveling around the city to give out our PowerPoint presentation on the budget crisis that we were facing. And there was 2 options. One, we do dramatic cuts to services, reduce police and fire in a time of high crime, or reduce quality parks and recreation in a time when our neighborhoods mattered, or we can pass a millage. And so showing them the cause and consequence of what could happen if a millage wasn't passed and the voters came through. I don't think a millage is passed by that large of a margin on first attempt than our police and fire millage and our parks and recreation millage at the same time. They were passed overwhelmingly by almost 75, 80% 5 years later, which one, it was give us your trust and confidence that we will spend the money where it's necessary. 5 years later, it was a mandate that you have done what you promised to do. When that millage was renewed at more than 80%, 75, 80%, it was a testament that the voters, we made a commitment. They saw the commitment fulfilled and were willing to entrust us again with more of their tax dollars. That was very important for us because if the taxpayers saw us wasting the money or didn't believe we did what we said we were going to do, it would not have been renewed. So transparency, public education, get out there, get your PowerPoint out there, death by PowerPoint, give them the numbers, but the electorate is not dumb. They understand complex issues if you give them the facts.
Thank you.
One more. Could you share with us the greatest challenge that you've had in your career, both a situation that was a challenge and then also potentially a challenge with people?
The greatest challenge I've had in my career would have been addressing the unfunded liability issue in Port Huron. That required significant reforms, but it also required a legislative fix. So I was working with the Michigan House of Representatives and the Senate and the governor's office and the state treasurer. I had numerous meetings in the Romney building with Nick Curry, the state treasurer at the time. I met with the Senate Majority Leader. I met with the Speaker of the House. I've worked those bills through committee. There was a bonding issue with our refinancing that it's complicated from A to a AA. It needed to be changed. It actually took us 2 legislative sessions to get it done. I remember 10 o'clock at night, we had the votes. The Speaker of the House said, we have the votes, we're gonna call it in just a little bit. And so I left the State House and I went down and had a cocktail. I thought, it is finished. Only to get a text message a half hour later, don't have the votes, not happening tonight. And I'm like, not happening tonight. It's lame duck, it's over. Like, we're not gonna make it 2 more years. And so we had to come back to the next legislative session and go all over again, but it finally got done. And then negotiating the closures so there's the cauterizing the growth of unfunded liabilities, which is closing the pension systems, bridging down the bridge, which is remarkable. You're asking employees to sacrifice their retirement, capping overtime and FAC. And then you've cauterized the growth of the unfunded liabilities, which is a huge task in itself. Then there's the question of what do you do with the unfunded liability right now, which needs to be re-amortized on a smoother plane to create budget stability throughout the budget. That would be the most challenging thing. As for people, again, if I died tomorrow, they do a nice funeral, but nobody would really miss me in City Hall because they could operate without me. And that's because succession planning. When I first took over the city of Port Huron, I had senior amazing department heads who were all going to retire within 6 years. So the council directed me at the time, like, hey, all these key people are going to retire. And so I had to attract the best department heads you could find in the state of Michigan. And I tell you that if you go through and look at my planning director, go look through and look at our police chief, our fire chief, our parks and recreation director. If you go look at our IT director, our city clerk, they're the most talented, capable people you could ever find. So replacing them was key, huge challenge. Onward, look at that flow chart down. It's not just your department heads, but it's your division heads, the middle management. What happened during the budget crisis is we gutted a lot of middle management. So you had younger employees who were quantum leaping to positions that they didn't really have the seasoning done. They didn't have the training done or the experience done to handle that. And so we launched the Port Huron Leadership Academy. I launched that several years ago, where I'm now bringing in that middle management and teaching them, having a presentation on labor law and bringing in the finance guy. Here's how you read your budget on your budget on the monthly basis. I mean, you throw a spreadsheet at a public works guys and ask for, how you doing? They get lost in the numbers. We have to train these folks on these soft skills for management, how to handle conflict. And so succession planning and developing talent, that's a huge challenge, but that's also our biggest accomplishment. It's the thing I'm most proud of, is that I've worked myself out of obsoletes. I mean, we have good people there who are talented, but move lower, a division head. The division heads there, amazing. And I look at those younger employees or newer employees who haven't been in the city very long. We have seen a pathway for them to develop those skills and move upward. So onward, I don't have to look outside the bullpen for my next star player. We have them in-house because we've created them and we developed them.
I'm wondering, James, what questions do you wish that we had asked tonight that maybe we didn't, that you would like to share information?
Well, so I know that this list is be candidness. This is be like fourth person sitting in that seat recently. I don't like short tenures. So this is a career move. This isn't a job stint. Let me be very clear. I recognize that there'll be new people sitting in the Board of Commissioners seat. I hope they afford me the opportunity to treat this as a one-year interview. I want to earn their confidence and their trust and their respect in the position. I believe I can do that. I think the employees of Ottawa County deserve some stability and some professional leadership. I have 17 years of professional municipal government experience. I think I can help. I think I can build confidence with the staff to really create that vanilla ice cream government we so desire. I think one of the questions I want to ask is mission clarity. I want to know if I take this position, or if it's offered to me, which is a big question mark, what does success look like? In 6 months and in 9 months, what are you going to look back and say, James is being a successful county administrator because? What does success look like?
I'll go first. Put us on the spot. I like
Sorry
it.
about that.
I like it. It's good. Well, I have to say I resonate with something that you said, predictable, calm, and stable. I think that there is a great desire for that in Ottawa County, from staff, from constituents. A vanilla ice cream approach, I've never heard that before, but that resonates pretty well, resonates very well. And I think another piece to the puzzle is creating close and collaborative relationships with staff. We really do have some excellent and amazing staff and department heads and others in Ottawa County. And there are some who have been here for a while. There are some who may not be here in 6 years, as you said. And so taking a very proactive approach in those regards, I think would be hugely important for Ottawa, not just Ottawa County as a whole, but the success of this organization.
Excellent.
Sure. I think that we want to provide excellent core government services. And so being careful and intentional on being really good at those things. And, other things are maybe fun and extra. And if we can do those too, that's great, but making sure that we really get the basics right. taking care of our people. And that means not just our employees, but the people of our county. I think of community mental health and our veterans. And lately we've been taking a look at our recovery court. So, taking care of our families and people who maybe have greater needs within the community, making sure we don't forget them as we look at things like economic development, and parks and other things that help our community flourish. We also want to make sure that we're remembering the people who need us too.
Okay. I probably would echo off of both what Commissioner Rhodey and Commissioner Moss said. I think they said it very well. I would say coming into a role of having an opportunity that we would be able to collaborate well as a board, new incoming board members as well, providing some of that culture, working with everyone, hearing all voices, making sure that everyone's voice is heard and respected, and that we can work together on behalf of all the people of the county. I would say a couple ones that weren't probably mentioned in here that I believe have been strong points from the current board have been protecting parental rights, respecting that underneath the Constitution, of always recognizing those rights are really important, and being mindful of protecting childhood innocence as it relates to our role here at the county. And so being mindful of things that come before us, that we are always looking out on behalf of families, that families make decisions. It should be parental rights within their own families. And again, so that would be an extra one, protecting the health and well-being of our children and the future of our county. So I won't belabor some of the things that are already stated, because I very much agree already with the points that Commissioner Rhodey and Commissioner Moss made.
So if the question is, what does success look like? And again, appreciating the comments from my colleagues on where we've been in the last 2 years. For me, it's those issues like you had talked about at the dining room table. Ottawa County has a very strong agricultural history, and with that comes a can-do attitude. And I think, for at least in my time here, what I've heard a lot of the impetus for change has been more or less, in some ways, leave me alone, let me be successful. I can do this if you get out of my way. And so I think what has to happen looking forward in the future is sort of bridging, the need for collaboration, and giving folks those tools that they can be successful on their own, and to a degree, stay out of the way. And at the same time, if someone needs a hand up, then we can provide that. So that, to me, is the challenge.
And I would add one more thing too, because one thing that we've talked a lot about in the last really 2 years is really looking at metrics and data when we're making decision-making. And we would like to move more towards that. So I love hearing about, 3-year planning for budget and stuff like that, because it feels like sometimes our decisions are just best guesses, or, taking a stab in the dark. And it would be really nice to be making very educated decisions based on data. So I think we would really like to see a move in that direction.
Excellent.
Anything else?
What other questions do you have for us?
Really none. Just this. I don't take this lightly, folks. I mean, I'm in a really good spot. And if you guys select someone else tonight, that's okay, because I'm going to go back to the city of Port Huron, which is one of the most amazing communities, just the most loving, kind people, and the best city staff. So I wish you luck. To the department heads within the county of Ottawa, call your counterparts. Call my police chief, call the city clerk, ask them what it's like to work for James Freed, then do that in Lakeview and Stanton as well. I'm an open book. Call the chairman, Jeff Boehm of St. Clair County Commissioners, call the county commissioners, ask them what it's like been working with James Freed. I work with those county commissioners all the time. They're some of my very close friends. these are not decisions I take lightly. This is not a 12-month decision. This is a career move. This is something that I will have to take very seriously into consideration on whether or not I would accept a job is what I would be leaving, which I have an amazing mayor and council, very supportive. But I believe that the opportunities and potential in Ottawa are such that it's worth having a conversation about. So I really do appreciate the honor of being here tonight. It's kind of a feather in your cap to get to come sit for an interview at a county like Ottawa for such a position. So I do appreciate that honor.
Right. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. And I'll look for a motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. We'll be in recess. Right, welcome back, everyone. Call this meeting back to order. Next up, we're moving forward the interview process. We have Pat Jordan here. It is 7:37. Pat, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We're going to just start off with some brief, just quick introductions, and then we'll hear any short introduction from you that you'd like to share.
Okay.
I'm Sylvia Rhodey, and I'm a county commissioner representing the township of Allendale, which is in the center of the county. And I also have Grand Valley State University as part of my district, and I serve as the vice chair of the full board.
I'm Joe Moss. I am chairing this committee and am currently chair of the board. My district is Blendon Township, Jamestown, the city of Hudsonville, and a little piece of Zeeland.
Right.
Good to see you. Allison Miedema, County Commissioner representing District 11. It's a lot of the northern part of our county. I reside in Talmadge Charter Township, and District 11 also encompasses Chester Township, the city of Coopersville, Crockery, Bright, and Polkton.
Okay.
I am chair of talent and recruitment, and then I'm vice chair of this committee as we're searching for a next administrator, and I'm thankful you're here. So good to meet you, Pat.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Patrick. Roger Belknap. I represent District 9, which is Grand Haven Township, Robinson Township, and the southeast precinct of Spring Lake Township. I chair the Groundwater Board, the Planning and Policy Committee, and vice chair the Finance and Administration Committee, and a couple other transportation and infrastructure-related committees.
All right. All right.
And welcome
Jack.
once again.
Yeah.
Jack Jordan. I am corporate counsel, and for the record, we are not related, at least not that I know of.
Yeah.
Jordan, nice to meet you. My name is Benjamin Wetmore. I'm the interim county administrator.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
All right, well, Pat, would you like to start off just any general introduction for yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Let's see, I'm from Muskegon, the Muskegon area. I wasn't born there. I was born on the East Coast. My father was Air Force pilot, combat, all that stuff. We kind of migrated back to Muskegon. I've done a little bit of everything in the course of my life, from being a certified chef to sales to corrections deputy to the courts, and for the past 20 years in the municipal management administration. I really enjoy what I do. Our kids, our family is primarily back in Muskegon. We have 4 grandkids back there. 2 boys, 40 and 23, so there's quite a spread between them. The youngest one just got married, as I said, at one of your county parks on November 2nd. And we currently live and reside in Ionia County. We live in Clarksville, which is at Clarksville Saranac exit as you're heading east on 96. Been at Ionia County 2 years now. And I guess that's probably about it.
All right, great. Well, we're going to just dive into some questions then. Could you please tell us why you're interested in serving as Ottawa County's next administrator? What specific skills and experiences do you have that would translate well in serving here as administrator?
I look at, wherever I've gone, whether it be Alaska or wherever, I've used Ottawa County as a reference when it comes to good government, when it comes to collaboration and cooperation and doing things efficiently and effectively. That's kind of how I've always seen Ottawa County. And when I worked here, I believe Bob Oosterman was administrator, and Rich Scherkamp was here, and it seemed to be all that time just good, effective government. I think that wherever I've gone, I've learned more, and I'm a huge advocate for collaboration between municipalities, between governments. I look at Public Act 185, whereby the County Board Public Works can bond for other municipalities. And that's such an advantage to small townships. They can take that bond rating of the county and build infrastructure. And I think that's always a good thing to do. So I had a chance to see 20 years ago, more than that probably, Dave Rusk. And his father was Dean Rusk, who was Secretary of State, I believe, for Kennedy and Johnson. And he was former mayor of Albuquerque, and he was traveling the country talking about consolidation, governmental consolidation, which can't happen in Michigan. But he said, when you can't become one, you can find ways to act as one. I found that just really, really interesting. So I guess that's kind of why I'm here. I see Ottawa County as kind of a premier government.
Right. Pat, if you are hired and you choose to accept an offer, if you were to choose to be hired here, what would you do in your first 6 months?
Absorb everything I possibly can. I get to know my staff, get to know all the staff, build relationships with the elected officials, the full-time elected officials. They've all changed since I've been here. Just build those relationships and build trusting relationships with people. Get to know your budget, all the moving parts and pieces there. And just refamiliarize myself, I guess, with the county.
Okay, thank you.
Pat, how would you keep the Ottawa County Commission apprised of what's going on in the administration? And what approaches have you used that you would believe would be successful in practicing a no surprises approach to communication?
Yeah, the last thing I want to happen to you is to get broadsided with stuff. Whatever, different boards and different people prefer different ways of communication, and whatever that takes. Email, phone call, weekly reports, monthly reports to the board. Just keeping you apprised of things as they come about. Being careful not to violate the Open Meetings Act. If you're emailing, that's always an issue. But I'm pretty flexible when it comes to that. And I'll adapt to whatever you have going on.
Second question, can you give us an example of when you've partnered with other elected officials or other elected boards locally to solve or address a complex problem? And can you provide an example of when there were, I guess, some sort of give or take as it relates to solving maybe a kind of an issue, whether it's political or and having sort of a truly collaborative outcome?
I think about this a lot, and I still have to reference, I don't want to go back 20 years, but that's kind of where I have to go with this particular question. When I started out in this line of work as township supervisor for Muskegon Township. That's a township of about 19,000 people. And it made me feel really good because Dale Vredevelop was just elected township supervisor of one of the townships here, and he called me and asked me for some advice and some, to share things with him, which made me feel good. He was under sheriff anyway, back in the day. Muskegon Township was in the middle of, I guess the press called it the water wars, and you can probably Google it and all kinds of stuff will pop up. But it was a battle of words and press articles between Muskegon County and our 3 townships, including Muskegon Township. And it was over Public Act 185. It was over a water system. And what I learned from that is to don't react extremely, especially, and just keep doing the next right thing. And it resolved itself without anyone going to court. And just like to keep the lawyers out of it if we can.
But it resolved itself without anyone going to court. The county board did really understand that we were right as townships, as supervisors of the townships. The attorney for the county was actually a hired staff member, and they discharged him when this was all over. And in the end, we mended fences or tore down the fences, I guess, between us and the county, and we bonded again under Public Act 185 and did the right thing. You know, so you don't harbor things. You got to be positive and keep moving forward. I hope I answered your question, Roger.
Yeah, thank you.
Pat, I'd like to go back to the question you had asked previously, Commissioner Belknap. Could you expand a little bit on the approaches you've used in practicing a no surprises approach? I know you mentioned some of the things you said that you're pretty flexible and you're pretty much adaptable. What are some of the things that you have used maybe in your present employment or maybe going back a little ways that you feel have been successful in creating that great communication?
I think an ongoing report to the board is a really effective way to do it. You can track items as they develop, introduce new items as they come along, and submit it as a written report as part of the agenda packet if you prefer it that way. Of course, if something really maybe very important pops up, it's going to be a phone call to you or an email or text or something to get your attention, to inform you of what's going on. But I think the written reports are a good way to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Could you tell us about your personality and management style? How do you interact with your direct reports and utilize their expertise?
I think my management style is an open democratic type style. I really aspire to be a servant leader, but it takes more than that, I think. I look at my department heads, my directors as the experts. They're the experts, not me. I know enough about a whole bunch of little things, or little about a whole bunch of things, but they're the experts and they're the ones you rely on to give you the right perspective and the right information on whatever that applies to. So I respect my directors, my department heads. I defer to them, and just keep an open, good, positive relationship with them.
Thank you.
How do you handle managing multiple objectives at the same time when some of the items have short or tight deadlines, but all are important?
I guess when I was younger, I could keep a mental tickler file in my head, but it's not that way anymore. Just make sure you have yourself organized. You know what deadlines are coming up, especially real critical deadlines, and stay on top of each individual item as it develops. Don't lose track. Don't let anything fall off the table, and keep moving forward on whatever's in front of you. Okay.
Do you have specific ways that have helped you, Pat, in doing so?
Keeping a calendar, keeping a notebook of what's going on, or just your hanging file with agenda items or project items as they develop, and keep an organized file. I learned that when I was at the front of the court. You have to keep filing your stuff and keep it organized. Otherwise, you can really lose track of things. So.
Pat, if you were the next county administrator, how would you keep your finger on the pulse of the organization in order to understand what's going on with employees at all levels?
Just be, I've heard it called management by walking around, but it just keep visible with your employees and keep in touch with them and care about them. I mean, they don't teach you that in school or in grad school, but I love my employees, Keep those relationships open. Make sure you're visible, make sure you're approachable. Talk to the department heads, anything critical going on, with any of your employees, and that's gonna kind of boil to the surface, or is there anything we can do now to maybe kind of interject into it?
Can you tell us about your experience with collective bargaining and maintaining, prioritization of the organization, but at the same time, hearing from the labor side?
Yeah, we start negotiating tomorrow morning with the SEIU, as a matter of fact. I've done a lot of collective bargaining. What surprised me was that when I got to Alaska, that's a huge union state up there. I didn't realize that. A lot of federal and state employees that are all unionized. And so I've negotiated with probably every union you can think of, the POAM, IBEW, AFSCME, and SEIU, and never had to negotiate with the longshoremen, which I'm thankful for, the ILWU, but I've done a lot of negotiation. My emphasis on my master's degree was Michigan public or Michigan labor relations. And we used the MPELRA book, I believe it was called back then. And I will never negotiate in bad faith. I respect my employees, and I realize they're here to make a living too. And we need them, they need us, and it should be a win-win situation when you negotiate that contract. There's give and take, of course, as you go along, but I've seen and I've heard horror stories back in the day of people screaming at each other and everything else. I will never engage in that kind of behavior. So.
Could you tell us how you stay current on innovation in county government? What do you monitor, read, et cetera, to ensure you're keeping up with trends and new ideas?
I read a lot. I read whatever, I was just reading I forget the blog from Lansing about things that are going on now, and Whitmer's going to try to push for more road funding, which is good to hear. I keep current on issues at NACO, issues at MAC, information there. I'm kind of a readaholic, so I don't like reading on my phone. If I can help it, I'd rather print something off and read it than look at it on the computer. But I'm kind of a junkie when it comes to information, when it comes to political realities as they move along. That's never. I enjoy actually keeping up on that kind of stuff. When I was in Texas, I was a department head for, it was the Vital Records Department, but it was for the Tarrant County Clerk, which is 1.7 million people. And our jobs as directors of all those different departments and the courts was to pour through legislation as the bills came up, and send them to the director that it involved, or write up an analysis for the county clerk, and stay on top of those kinds of things. So I really enjoyed that part of it.
The cost to purchase a home has increased nationwide. Regulations and other factors have reduced available supply, making it difficult for first-time homebuyers. Is this an issue for county government? Can you add any other insights or thoughts on housing issues in general?
That's a tough one. The regulation is a big piece of it. I read an article today that the president-elect could choose to deregulate a big piece of the industry when it comes to endangered species. This kind of overused, abused Endangered Species Act that prevents development from happening all over the country. Cost of materials, cost of labor. it seems like whenever there's a hurricane that hits, like we just had in North Carolina and Florida, there goes the cost of materials through the roof. I don't know, the COVID had such an effect on labor costs and materials costs. And I think that's kind of settling out to a new normal and coming down a little bit, but it's not going to be anywhere near where it was. County government, I guess when it comes to affordable housing, there's always programs, through MISTA or something like that that you can do. That's usually a local government issue. Various pilot programs for affordable housing. Some communities don't want them in their communities, but there is a need for affordable housing. You build these beautiful areas along the lake shore, and it's where everybody wants to vacation to, but the people that have to work there have to live somewhere, and that's the struggle. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the next few years when it comes to the housing industry, because I think we'll see some good changes.
Right. Pat, is there a time when you tried something new that did not work out? And if so, what did you learn from that experience?
Boy, that's a tough one.
Hmm.
I don't know if I guess it didn't not work out. At the township, 20 years ago, I introduced HSAs to the various unions and to the non-union group. There was some skepticism at first because they're fairly new to everyone, but I saw them as a way to make people consumers again of their health care. And everybody, after a little while, everybody wanted to include them in their union contracts because it was a good thing for most people. We took our retirees who were on the township's Blue Cross plan to a Medicare Advantage plan, and it took a few sessions of our retirees coming in and working with them and educating them on this is what this plan looks like, and it's a good plan that everybody was pretty happy with it afterward. I guess there were a few failures in there because not everybody was happy, I guess, but overall it was good for the township. And I believe introducing the HSAs saved us $100,000 the first year, and we fully funded their deductible. And we still
Nice.
saved $100,000. So I guess it's not a failure. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate the information still that you share, but if you think of something later on, as we're still, going through an interview, and if you want to come back to it,
Okay.
feel free to
All right.
bring that back up.
I'll do that.
Okay?
Pat, you've had experience as a county administrator in Wexford and Ionia. Can you talk about the established relationships you've had with the other elected department heads? And if you've had any conflicts with department heads that were elected, or any other conflicts with maybe it's state level authority, just more of a conflict resolution. How did that go?
I've always made it a point to get along with the full-time elected officials. Being from a sheriff department, I kind of had a special place for my sheriff, and for his department and his struggles and trying to fully staff his department, which is difficult today. Conflicts, I can't necessarily think of a conflict right off the top of my head. I guess maybe I can come back to that one too if I come to it.
Sure.
Can you talk with us about your experience in regional collaboration? Do you have an example of a time when you either initiated or played a key role in a regional effort?
Again, going back to Muskegon Township, when we got done with this water issue and we mended fences, we were the township was going to build out its wastewater collection system to cover about 99% of the township. And we worked with Eggleston Township to the east and Dalton Township to the north, who are both general law, 1 mil townships, and they had needs as well. So we kind of stalled. We waited. We could have bonded. We could have gone out right away and bonded with the county under Act 185. But we waited for them to get there. They worked with the same finance director, finance person we did, Tom Traciak, and he helped them get their ducks in a row and get ready to bond. It might have cost us a 1/4 point in interest, but what we did was, a regional collaboration for wastewater that allowed Eggleston to shut down about 8 lift stations on the western half of their township and just gravity feed everything. And that just lowered their operation and maintenance down so much. And it allowed Dalton, on the north to do some of the same type of thing. And it was a great thing that we did. And it's still saving the residents of their money, So I was really proud of that. And it took Muskegon Township, it took us as, to be the leader in that and to initiate that, so.
That's part of the, fun government side of things that you don't always get to see. So this question sort of dovetails maybe into that a little bit, but can you tell us about any other innovations you've initiated or changes, and how did you get the idea, or where did it come from, and how was it implemented?
I guess what I'm thinking of is more again on the utilities side, and I know you're not big on the utilities side, I guess, but a place I recently worked there's been a lot of deferred maintenance on their systems, on the water system and the wastewater system. But I get there and we were painting hydrants that didn't even work. The fire department will hook up to them and turn them, and they wouldn't turn on. Now they have to go a block away and put more holes in the ground. And so I initiated a program for valve turning, and we bought a machine that would exercise valves that hadn't been turned in 30 years, and a hydrant maintenance system that would make sure the hydrants are working. And we stopped painting hydrants that weren't working, and it takes rates. And it took rate increases to do this stuff, but it had to be done. And the rates that they had were artificially low because they deferred their maintenance for so long. And it was a hit to people. And it was very unpopular, but it's something that had to be done. And so I pushed that, and we did it. So.
What is the biggest challenge that you've had in your career? Both a situation that was a challenge and then a challenge that you've had in dealing with people?
It seems like there's challenges all the time when it comes to people in the public. I think one issue was, and I was acting city manager when I was in Alaska, Dutch Harbor, and the manager was out of town. An agenda item to put out an RFP for the lease on our dock, on the city dock, which is right inside what they call Dutch Harbor, inside the spit. All right. Until that time, there was one shipper that kind of owned that lease, and all the ILWU longshoremen, they saw that as, wow, if our employer doesn't get this lease, then what's going to happen to us? And they just absolutely filled the place for about 3 meetings. In the end, their that was the winning bid. Everything kind of remained status quo. But you still have to, we're on an island together. It's, you have to live with each other. You have to see each other every day. You have to see each other at the store. You don't react or say things that are going to carry forward and cause irritation with people, I guess, just be professional. I don't know if I answered your question or not, Sylvia.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Is that, so there were two parts, the most challenging situation and then the most challenging situation with people, and maybe they're both the same.
Yeah, I guess the people, I kind of answered the people
Right.
one. I guess really challenging was when I became township supervisor in '04, the state revenue sharing was really on the downward slope. Property values were holding steady, I think, but revenue sharing was declining, and the state doesn't keep its promises anyway. Sorry. And just trying to work in a budget and keep everyone working without layoffs when your revenues are shrinking, and finding creative ways to save money. And that was my start in this line of work. And it was challenging, but we did it. And it was strange to go to other states after that, Texas and Alaska, where they had plenty of money. They didn't worry about those things. But Michigan, things are different, and we're always hard hit when the economy slows down, and you have to adjust for that. I think I worry that going forward with the costs of labor that has increased so dramatically, whether it be union or non-union people, that a contraction in the economy, what's that going to result in? So anyway, that's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On the flip side of that question, Patrick, you have had an extensive run of working in many different places, unique places, and within municipal government. I'm wondering, what are some of the things that excite you? What drives you? What keeps you currently wanting to continue working within a municipal government?
I guess I've always thrived on people and relationships. From the time I could probably walk, I was the youngest of 7, so I was, yeah. I've always thrived on people. I've enjoyed union negotiations and sitting down at a table and having different points of view and trying to come together on something and having that victory in the end when everyone's kind of walks away and they're happy. I'm sorry, could you
No,
repeat the question?
yeah,
I guess?
just the things that really just drive you, what keep you currently wanting to stay engaged in working within government. Just at the end of the day, like what really just satisfies you?
I think, as I said, the people,
Mhm.
which I truly enjoy. Victories when it comes to collaborative things, especially being able to work together with someone, being able to work with, whether it be the tribes that I've had to work with over time, and coming together and building relationships with people that are positive and that really affect your community in a positive way. And I've always enjoyed, if I could do it all over again, I'd go into civil engineering. I just enjoy that kind of stuff and building infrastructure, because you build that stuff and it's an economic development tool. And I've always really enjoyed doing that.
Thank you very much.
One question I had, and it's just kind of a general question, is about economic development and any experience that you've had in it, or anything else you'd like to elaborate on economic development in general.
There's always various tools that are being handed down, created by the Department of Treasury in Lansing. I've done a lot of like IFTs, I guess it's Act 198, industrial facilities tax abatement programs. Or but the thing you have to look at is you can't, everyone's always quick to run to the 50% tax abatement for 12 years, which is the max. When you should look at that pro forma and say, okay, what is the missing piece? What do you need? Maybe you can get away with 50% for 4 years, and then it goes back to full. That's the thing that people don't look at. There used to be various programs, rental rehab programs and those kinds of things to really breathe life back into your downtown areas where you can, again, have mixed use. In some of these older buildings, have people living upstairs and renovate those apartments. My wife and I almost did that in Ionia a couple of years ago because we needed a house, needed to buy something. Well, there's a restaurant for sale across the street with a couple of apartments above it. And we've both been in the hospitality industry, and we were real close to buying this restaurant, liquor license and everything. And we were kind of looking forward to it, and then realized, no, at our age, we're not going to do that. But that rental rehab program went away. And the state used to give, well, they were giving $100,000 per unit. And it was only a limited rent for 1 year, and then you come back to market. And but those programs have all gone away, and the governor has pushed all that money into MISTA for pilot programs and those kinds of things, LIHTC programs, whatever they are. So there's always a lot of, federal and state programs out there through EDA or MEDC. And it's a matter of, staying on top of them, looking for those grant opportunities. Yeah, I guess that's it. Something else we did, I'm sorry, is this is back in my township days, probably in 07, 08, they were trying to really, really breathe life into these smaller mom and pop tool and die shops. And they're called tool and die recovery zones, where you create a layer of like an enterprise zone over this particular shop. And they could expand, they could buy equipment, stay marketable, stay competitive, and not take a big tax hit for that. Now, that's all changed with personal property being rolled back. But that was a good tool. It kept some of the shops alive up there, so.
So another question I have is, you've had a lot of experience both at county level and city level. So I guess I'd just be curious to hear you contrast those different experiences.
I think the biggest, can I get a bottle of water? You mind?
Oh, yeah.
They're doing loud.
Yep. Yeah.
all day. Man. I think the biggest thing to get used to is at the county level, the co-employer relationship that you have with the elected officials, with the various elected officials, and making sure you understand that relationship. Funding levels, revenue streams are different with cities and counties. There's a lot of grant funding in the counties between the health department and the courts and that kind of thing that you don't have in a city. So I think cities are easier, and I like a challenge. That's why I'm here, I guess. So
Great.
I have one. Pat, in your experience at the county level, Ottawa County has, I guess, one of the values and characteristics is a collaborative with local units. There's been a number of examples where the county has provided support services like information technology service and GIS to local units in the county. And as we look to the future, we hope that continues as a benefit for both. Can you speak to any experiences in Ionia and Wexford that, or even elsewhere?
Yeah. We, I guess, speaking for Ionia, we do a lot of, we have a contracted equalization director, but I guess he has his own contracts with some of the other municipalities. We do GIS, we share our GIS information with the municipalities. They're mostly just general law, 1 mil townships. They don't have big budgets. We have a road department. We dissolved the road commission back in 2019. And so we have a road department. And one struggle we have now is bridges, bridges are falling apart all over the country. And you put weight restrictions on them. I just read about a bridge in Ottawa County that has had some weight restrictions placed on it. And one particular township, we had 3 bridges that we wanted to focus on just within the last couple months. And we had estimates to do the work from, put an RFP out, and we took bids. And the one particular township, they don't have a lot of money. And, $50,000 was going to be a lot of money to them. And they tried to pass a road millage a few weeks ago, and it failed. And what we do is, we can't loan money to a municipality. You can't do that with taxpayer money. But what we do is just allow them to pay it back over the course of a year as their revenues come in. And we planned on giving this particular township maybe 2 years to pay that money back. It's just a extended receivable, but they ended up putting a kibosh on the whole thing. So now they're going to have a bridge that's going to, have restrictions placed on it in the near future. We do building services, building inspection services for the entire county. All the mechanical inspection, everything, electrical, building permits. And that works out well because otherwise they're contracting or trying to hire employees, and it works well to do that. I've worked with, as a township supervisor, with contracting out our services with other townships, especially in the inspections field. It seems to be a really good way to do that, and economical for the other townships too. So I think anytime you can find a way to collaborate on something, it's a good thing, and it saves everybody money. So sometimes it's a matter of, we had when I was at Muskegon Township, it was such an interesting period for me, because there were these walls up by all the townships. They had walls up. They didn't like each other. They didn't want to do anything together. And for a 4-year period, those walls, they all came down, and me and these other townships, we would hang out together. We'd golf together. We'd have dinner together. We did projects together collaboratively, and it's still saving money. And then since that time, all the walls have kind of gone up again, which is unfortunate. And I don't know if it's ego or what it is. But I've just always found, go into a room and show us a little bit of humility, and it can go a long way, so.
Takes intention. Yeah. One more question I have. What do you want to bring to or provide for Ottawa County if you are selected for this role?
I follow the news. I've watched, what has gone on here over the course of the couple years, and I think what I want to provide for the county, for the county employees, because when there's turmoil at the top, it really does spill over to the employees. And when I've been in situations like that where I'm the manager or I'm the city manager or whatever it might be, I try to filter all that out as much as I can so it doesn't spill over to my employees. But what I want to provide if I come in here is just a kind of a sense of no drama. Let's check the drama at the door. Just provide consistent leadership. Take care of the county's business. and please the next board that's coming in, you know, it's on my mind that this board intends to hire this position before January 1st. And my thought is if I'm given this opportunity, I work for the residents of Ottawa County. And the boards are always going to change faces and change names. I think 4-year terms are going to lend a sense of stability, a great sense of stability to the county. But I just want to be that hand that kind of guides it and brings a little semblance of calmness.
Thank you. Anything else?
Just one last question. We talk about the importance of values and role of government. In your mind, what are the most important values of county government?
Well, you know, counties are considered a subdivision of the state. And I think are you talking about it from a ethical, moral perspective or from a business perspective or?
Yeah, in your mind, what's most important?
Just to consistently deliver services to the residents that are paying for it. I think local government, whether it be local government, whether it be county government, is where people see the most direct result of the taxes that they pay. And everyone wants to call themselves a public servant. Well, that means you're a servant, you know, that's how I see it. And I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. Nothing's beneath me or above me. I'll do whatever it takes to get it done.
Pat, what questions do you wish we had asked that you might want to share? Is there anything that we missed that you feel like would be relevant that you would like us to consider?
I can't think of anything. I'm glad we touched on the last question that Joe had about, you know, what role is it that I want to play coming in? I have, you know, I started my public service career in Ottawa County, and I just all the faces are gone and the friends are gone, but I still have a kind of a special place for Ottawa County, and I just yeah, I can't think of anything. I'm sorry.
What questions do you have for us?
I've read so much in the paper and the articles and the discussions and the disagreements and everything that have gone on that I really don't have any questions for you. I think they've all been answered. If given the opportunity, I'll jump in and hit the ground running and do my very, very best.
Thanks, Pat. Appreciate it. And anything else from the committee? Okay, well, I'll look for a motion to recess.
I'll make the motion to go into recess.
Second.
All right, motion and support. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried. We'll be in recess for just a short time. Right. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We are wrapping up with public comment after interviews today. So are there any members of the public that would like to address the committee? Welcome.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, legally dubious. The process your consultant tried to lay out was one that was legally dubious. Off-site meetings and just oral presentations, and obviously designed to circumvent Michigan sunshine laws. I have no desire to take part in such evasive measures, James Freed stated. Human resources departments exist for a reason. Hiring the best qualified and following employment law and hiring best practices. Understandably, Ottawa Impact doesn't like that, as you seek loyalists. Remove hiring from HR and circumvent FOIA by means of W Talent Solutions. How is it to be known if all candidates are represented in the hiring process? What if OI has a Nate Kelly that gets magically added into the applicant pool? What preconditions by Ottawa Impact were expressed to pre-screen applicants? The committee stressed the importance of a potential administrator understanding the culture, heritage, and people of West Michigan. Understanding heritage is a skill set. Sounds more like code word for ideology. It is karma that James Freed did an end run around W Talent Solutions and contacted board members directly in like fashion that the board has tried to do an end run around FOIA requests. Transparency is more than lip service. Calling hiring process legally dubious should raise red flags to all parties, the applicants, board members, and call into question the use of third-party recruiting. It should raise red flags with regard to the results produced by W Talent Solutions. Excellence demands better.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee? Right. Well, thank you very much. And seeing as we've reached the end of the agenda, this meeting is adjourned.